Oh, no, I was ready for that one. I knew Annie would be ready. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Council members, it's great to see you. Members of the public, welcome to our May 11th through 13th Grizzly Bear Advisory Council meeting via Zoom. It's great to have you on the line. We were supposed to be, as Brett reminded us, in Red Lodge this week and spending some time together looking at that landscape. And I think we're all a little bit bummed not to be there in person, but it is good to be able to see everyone's faces and to spend this time together. So thank you all for prioritizing this time and for being here. Just before we jump into today, I wanted to do a couple of orientation items for Zoom and for the YouTube for those that are watching live on the FWP website. So some of this is repeat from previous meetings, since this isn't our first time on Zoom, but just some best practices to keep in mind. So for those of you on the council for Zoom, there are some features that we'll be using that help us both move through this more quickly, but also help recognize when people want to speak or if they're having any audio visual questions, how to get in touch with us. So if you click on the participants button at the bottom, that will raise a panel on the right-hand side, and that will give you the opportunity to raise your hand as well as to mute yourself, either your audio or your visual. And that will just signal to us that you'd like to say something to the council as a whole. You can also submit a question in the chat box or a comment in the chat box. And so if you click on the chat button at the bottom, that will raise a panel on the right-hand screen for you to send a chat. And for that, you can send a chat message to the council as a whole or to specific individuals. There is a reactions button at the bottom as well too, and you can do a thumbs up or an applause. Since most of us are on mute most of the time, that's a nice way to signal to those that are speaking that you agree with them or want to give them a little shout out. So feel free to use any and all those buttons. Nice work, Trina, or Trina's daughter, whoever did that. That was great. If you have any audio issues, you can also dial in. So there is a phone number. You can switch your audio to phone. And so if your issue is with your Wi-Fi, that might give you a more solid signal. If it is with Wi-Fi, another trick is to turn your video off and see if that helps. So if you need anything like that, please try all those different tricks. And if none of that works, send a chat box or raise your hand and we'll get the technical side of things figured out. Also wanted to just alert members of the public that in addition to the live stream on the FWQ website, there's a whole bunch of other information there. So there's the original executive order that created the council. There are council member biographies, and then there's an engage and comment button that I really wanted to call out because that's where you can submit online comments to the council. You can do that in real time during today's meeting, and by the end of today, or at the end of today, we'll take a look at what's come in online and share a brief summary of what members of the public who are viewing today's meeting have shared or want to share with the council. And it's also a place where if you scroll down, you can look at past meeting agendas, presentations, links and resources, and previous public input. So there's a summary of all public input to date, at least through April 20th. And there's some other comments from the public where they wanted to submit documents that did not fit the format of that public comment button. There's also some news releases and other stories there that you might be interested in. So again, thanks for taking the time to join us. The council has said from the beginning that engaging with the public is one of the most important things that they've done throughout this. So just a note that I forgot to introduce myself and my colleagues. So my name is Sean Johnson. I'm with the University of Montana Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy, and my colleague Heather Stokes and I are the facilitators for this council. I do want to also invite the council members to say a quick hello today, and then I'll introduce the support team that's helping support and advance their work, and then we'll run through the agenda. So we were kind of joking right before this that I always start in alphabetical order by first name, and it puts Annie on the spot a lot. So we switched that up and did it reverse order last meeting, and we're going to switch it up some more and start in the middle today. So Heath, I hope you're ready. You get to start us out this morning with a quick hello.
Good morning. My name is Heath Martinell. I'm a member of a family ranch in Southwest Montana, and our family has a summer range in the Centennial Valley. where we are in contact with grizzly bears personally, I guess. And just want to say thanks to everybody and look forward to the meeting today.
Awesome. Thanks, Heath. Jonathan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Bowler. I live in the Swan Valley in Condon, Montana. Certainly they're starting to see quite a few bears out on the landscape here. Moving around, we had a successful conflict mitigation last night. Typical sign when the dogs get out in the morning, they're all excited, and broken fence insulator with a pile of bear poo underneath it. So, you know, everyone who's dealt with that knows how they react to getting shocked. So that was good to know that we successfully educated a bear that our area is not a good one for it. And really hoping to see a lot more effective means of mitigating those conflicts as the season progresses and discussing those things with you all today. I'm really glad to be together and looking forward to the conversations.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Cameron.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Cameron Kelsey. We own and operate a guest ranch and outfitting business in Southwest Montana, and excited to be here and looking forward to the progress everybody's made. And haven't seen any bears yet, but I know they're out and about. I've seen their tracks, but I haven't seen any yet. So we still got quite a bit of winter up here, but enjoying the springtime and looking forward to the meeting.
Great. Thanks, Cam. Lorents.
Yeah, I'm Lorents Grosfield. I'm a cattle rancher from South Central Montana, big timber. We don't have any grizzlies yet.
All right. Thanks, Lawrence. Good to hear from you. Michelle.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dietrich. I'm a retired educator. I live in Hamilton. The other day I was out hiking in the morning near my home, and I saw a coyote, and I was so excited when I saw it. And then all of a sudden I thought about what Trina or Heath or Lawrence would think, or Brett would think if they saw a coyote. And well, thanks you guys for bursting my happy bubble. But I also thought about all the people that are excited to see the carnivores and how important carnivores are to so many businesses. There's so many different points of view, and this is going to be quite a job to make sure that we make sure everyone is honored in that.
Okay. Thanks, Michelle. Robyn.
Good morning, everyone. I am Robyn King. I'm the director of the Yak Valley Forest Council. I live in the Cabinet Yak ecosystem, and I live actually in the Yak Valley. And it's lovely to be zooming in with everyone from our cabin today. The sun's been out this week, so that's always great. And the mud is slowly drying out. That's always great. So good to be here.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Robyn. Trina.
Good morning. I am Trina Bradley. This is Cadence, my daughter. We live on Birch Creek, south of Glacier Park. We have had lots of grizzly bear activity here. We luckily haven't lost anything yet. I am in the process of helping my little brother with an investigation into a bear that seems to not exist anywhere in anyone's system, even though she's tagged. So that's kind of fun, making all these guys work for their jobs. So anyway, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Trina. Annie.
Good morning. My name's Annie Szewski. I live in East Glacier, Montana. I work half the year as a guide for nature-based education trips and half the year in Browning Public Schools as an elementary teacher. I really miss all of you and getting to see you across the state. I was really looking forward to Red Lodge. It looks nice there, Brett, in your office. So thank you. Maybe you can show us Red Lodge later. Spring is on us, and it just feels really nice to know there's movement outside. Baby animals are being born, and even though we're in the midst of a pandemic, the world is still turning and going on. And so I'm excited to get to talk to you all. I've missed our conversations quite a bit. And I look forward to kind of hashing out our ideas and seeing where we go from here.
Thanks, Annie. Brett.
Yeah, Brett Barney. I'm the wildlife manager for Sunlight Ranch, and we've had one confirmed depredation this year with a grizzly bear. So they're out and about. I was out Saturday actually in kind of on the Wyoming side over by Sheridan, and in one day I seen 9 black bears with their sows and cubs and everything all included. It was pretty fun. Good day.
Wow, cool. Thanks, Brett. Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline Bird. I'm the former director of the Greater Yellowstone Coalition here in Bozeman. I'm sitting here looking at it snow outside, so it must be springtime. I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of the work that we have been able to get done, even though we're doing it remotely. And I do miss our meetings and miss seeing all of you and having the side conversations. But I'm really proud of the conversations we've had in our small groups and how far we've come. And I'm really optimistic that we'll get to a place where we'll have really good recommendations to forward on. So thanks for all the help from all of you, the staff and council. I think it's been a really fruitful endeavor.
Great. Thanks, Caroline. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, Chad. Did you say Chad or Chuck?
I said Chad and then Chuck.
Sorry.
Good morning, Chuck. Chad Bauer, Municipal and Government Affairs Manager for Republic Services. Wishing we were in Red Lodge because, Brett, I just want to let you know I just extended a contract with your lovely community. So you'll have a bear-resistant community for another 5 years at a minimum in Red Lodge. So looking forward to getting together, hopefully in the near future as a council of the whole. Like everybody else has said, these meetings are kind of tough and it's a lot nicer to work in person, but we'll do what we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad. Now it's you, Chuck.
Sorry about that, Chad. Good morning. I'm Chuck Brody, and I manage a forest products company called Stoltz Land and Lumber between Columbia Falls and Whitefish. And we have a number of active bears and right now all over our lands. And Annie, I was thinking the same thing. My son sent me a video from his game camera, and there were 3 different bears on it, a cougar, 3 coyotes, and a pile of turkey feathers. It's usually the other way around, usually more ungulates. And I told him, I said, boy, the critters sure don't know there's a pandemic. They all looked really good. I mean, most of the time in the spring, they don't look that good, and all the animals look great. Thanks for all your comments, everybody in the public. About the time I think I've caught up, I'm about 1,000 behind every time.
Thanks, Chuck. Yeah, thanks to the public. It has been incredible, the response that you all have gotten. It really generated a lot of interest, but it's a lot to keep up with. Cole.
Good morning. My name's Cole Mannix, and I'm a part of a family that ranches in the Helmville-Ovando area in western Montana, and I work for Western Landowners Alliance. I'm based out of Helena. It's good to see everyone this morning, and I echo Caroline's thanks to all the support team and all the help we've been getting as a council.
Thank you, Cole. Darren.
Morning, everybody. I'm Darren Boss. I work for Montana State University. I'm the department head of the research centers that are surround the 7 different rural areas in Montana. Hello from Havre, and thanks to everybody. I do appreciate all the hard work.
Thanks, Darren. Aaron.
Hi, everyone. Erin Edge out of Missoula, Montana. I work for a national nonprofit called Defenders of Wildlife. I want to say first, thank you for all the hard work. I can't say that enough. I mean, we've spent hours, discussing some of this stuff, and I know this has all been challenging. So a big thank you there to everyone, because I do echo again what Caroline said, that, we've been pushing through this at, I think, pretty effectively and having some really good conversations. And I know this is a challenging situation. I also am extremely appreciative every single day of my access to be able to get outside and hike. And I think, you know, watching spring happen, it's been really nice, and I've been really thankful for each new wildflower I see that pops up, or a little warm weather, although I'd like to get my tomatoes in the ground. I think it's a little early still for that. But yeah, thanks everybody. I look forward to our conversations.
Great, thank you, Erin. We do have a couple of members who aren't able to join us today. I just want to make sure that none of them hopped on. So Greg, Kristen, Nick, are any of you there? So just a reminder, so Greg Schock is a former dairy farmer, lives near St. Ignatius, near the Flathead Indian Reservation. Kristen Line is a landowner, rancher, and Blackfeet Indian Reservation near Glacier. And Nick Gbac is out of Helena and is with Montana Wildlife Federation. And I know they're juggling schedules and are trying to be with us at least part of the time today. Oh, Trina just corrected me that Kristen's got a new last name. I forgot she got married. So is that Preble? Is that how she pronounces it? Kristen Preble. All right.
Preble like pebble.
Like Pebble. Well, good. Well, thank you all for being with us and saying hello and for putting in the hard work. Just to echo what Caroline and Erin and others have said, you guys have really done an enormous amount of job in between meetings. And I think that doesn't always get shared, and we'll have a chance to catch up on some of those conversations here shortly. I did also want to say how nice it is that if you have to be in a pandemic, that you're in a pandemic in spring and not going into fall and winter, because being outside and seeing things emerge on the landscape does give us all a little bit of hope that, you know, things are going on, and especially in Montana, where we have such a strong connection to place and to the land and the landscape, that we have that to connect and inspire and give us hope. So for today, just a quick run through the agenda. We're going to spend a little bit of time just right out of the gate here catching up. To me, this really does feel like a bit of an inflection point in our conversations, where we're not going to be listening so much to others, but trying to engage in dialogue with one another. And so we've got a lot of different kinds of conversations set up here. We want to hear from you guys right after that, some working group updates. And so be thinking about if that's your writing team representative or who that might be, but just want to hear from each of the working groups, kind of what were your key takeaways, where were you able to make some progress, and some of the important questions you have. And then we want to turn to building out the vision for the council. You'll probably recall that as early as Missoula, maybe even Bozeman, you guys were talking about how the vision is so critical to helping establish the overall set of objectives and recommendations and strategies that you put forward. And so we've kind of been iterating towards that, but it feels like a really good time to think about building that out more completely now. So we're going to spend quite a bit of time just walking through that, what that means, both in terms of content and form. And then by the end of the day today, we want to really drill down into some of those remaining critical issues where you want additional dialogue and conversation. So I know your working groups have identified some areas of agreement, and that's fantastic. We want to hold on to those. But because we're all on Zoom together the next couple of days, we really want to build out some time to engage in conversation around some of those remaining challenging issues. And so we're going to identify and prioritize the 4 most critical issues for you guys to engage in, and really spend the day tomorrow working on those 4 issues. We'll round out the day with some public comment and engagement, both hearing from the public in terms of what they've shared today via the online portal, and then just engaging in a broader conversation around the role of public comment, recognizing that we've had nearing 10,000 different comments now. And then we'll end by 4. And Annie, I know you're looking for opportunities for recess. We're going to take breaks off and on throughout the day to make sure you guys can stretch and eat and nourish yourselves and not spend every single minute in front of the Zoom screen. So I do want to start with just, you know, a recap for all of us, and it was helpful for me to kind of think through the road we've traveled before we jump into where we are today. So I'm going to attempt to share some my screen here and some slides that tell a little bit of that story. So assuming I can get the technology to work here, we'll move into that next. Okay. Can everyone see my slides?
You're good.
Good. And it's not in presentation mode?
It's full screen mode.
Okay. Well, good. Well, like I said, I feel like we're at a really important time in the council's work, and of all the meetings we've had so far, despite the fact that we're not in person. This one's the most exciting to me because it really represents that moment when the council members hit the pause button on consuming the mountains of information that have been coming at you, and all the engagement that you've been doing in your small group discussions, to stop and just focus on what that all means. What is it all adding up to? What's your sense of where we are, what's possible, and where you think you can make the most difference? So before we dive into that rather big discussion, I wanted to review kind of the road that we've traveled to get here. First, I did want to say this is where we're supposed to be today. This is a nice picture of downtown Red Lodge. I think we all wanted to be there in person. Just looking at this picture reminds me of the different communities and places and values that populate our state, and how connected we are to those, regardless of if we're sitting in our home office, like a lot of us are today, or out in the landscape itself. I then wanted to talk really about some of the origins of the council itself. And so thinking about, well, where did this start from? Kind of what is the opportunity we have, and what is the role of the council? And fundamentally, the need is the result of a success story. We have more bears across Montana, and we have more people, and that's causing challenges. There was the result of conservation success in many ways, having more bears in more places, and also of economic success and in Montana, that we're able to invite more people to visit us, to live here, to connect to the places that we care about. But it does cause challenges. And so that was really the opportunity that we had in a fundamental way, was thinking about, well, with more bears and more people, what can we do? What should we do? So there's an opportunity here to think, not just at those traditional recovery areas. And so here's a quick picture of the 4 recovery areas that are connected to Montana: the Greater Yellowstone, the Northern Continental, the Cabinet Yaak, and the Selway Bitterroot. But to start thinking about where bears are starting to be on the Montana landscape, and how we think about what does that mean as a whole, and what does that mean for our individual communities. So just a few landscape pictures here. Here's the Sun River along the front, up near Libby. I think this is near Big Timber in Lawrence's part of the world, the Bitterroot, near Dillon. We've got all these different landscapes that are now seeing increased pressure, if not populations of grizzly bears. And so how do we turn away from just thinking about recovery in those isolated areas and with distinct populations, and across the state as a whole? And I think that is really the opportunity that was behind the creation of the council, and is embedded in the governor's executive order, and has been really a thread that's been woven through the conversations of council members, that you really share these Montana values, and you're looking for that opportunity and the words to define it that connect this conversation to a broader set of values and really shape the future. So what does that look like? What is the role of the council? Well, to me, it was a bit of a recognition that stepping outside of the box isn't just this jurisdictional exercise of stepping outside of the recovery zones. It's also a bit of a human exercise of stepping out of the box. The council was established to step outside of the bounds of our normal formal decision-making processes that our agencies tend to lead, and really think about, well, what would this conversation look like if we invited 18 Montana citizens together who represent different communities, different values, and different life experiences? That there was an intention right away that this would be reflected in who you are and not in any particular organization or interest group, but really 18 Montana citizens who have demonstrated an interest in this issue and the future of the grizzly bear, really dedicated thinking around grizzly bear management, some experience working with bears or being around bears, and a shared commitment to working together, keeping an open mind and seeking common ground. And the way this was framed was not to have you guys come together and try to outcompete each other in terms of who has the best ideas, but to engage in a conversation and to engage in problem solving and to set the stage for the future. In short, to learn together, to ask questions, to explore issues and to challenge assumptions, and finally to put forward those strategies that will help the grizzly bear and help Montanans. So in the words of the executive order, you may recall that it was about improving human safety, improving responses to conflict, engaging all partners, expanding capacity, improving coordination, and ensuring a sustainable future for the bear. So all that's nicely captured in the executive order. So just a reminder that the core purpose of the council really is to develop recommendations for fundamental guidance and direction on key issues and challenges related to the conservation and management of bears, particularly those issues on which there is significant social disagreement. And I think that's been one of the challenges, is that there are some items here that really speak to the ecology or the biology of the bear that have informed our conversation, but that those don't necessarily help address or solve some of the human or the management challenges that we have. And so how do we start to have a conversation and engage in effective dialogue around some of those more challenging issues? So with that being the purpose, no problem, right? We set out and this is going to be easy. Heather and I and the support team spent a lot of time thinking about, well, if we've got the right group of people, which this council certainly is that right group of people, and they're getting a ton of information, how do we also provide a process that supports them? And so we did a lot of work and we've done a lot of research thinking about collaborative processes over time. How do we engage so many people in this in an effective way? And so just wanted to highlight that we really do see, both in the research and in practice, that if you can establish a process that really is built around empowerment, trust, equity, and learning, that you have the core ingredients for success, and that those groups that engage through those mechanisms tend to have higher quality decisions. And that's really what we're aiming for. And so I won't say that, you know, we're batting 1,000 on all of these, but we've really tried to create a process that empowers the council to really act on behalf of Montanans, to really to see themselves in the shoes of the average Montana citizen and bring forward a conversation that helps us problem solve and find common ground and advance the conversation for solutions. They've done an amazing job amongst themselves building trust, finding a voice for everyone at the table and making sure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their voice in different ways and through different means. And this last point is a particularly apparent one with this council, this learning component. So many council members have taken the time to reflect and to learn and to listen and to empathize with one another before ever saying a word about how they feel about the issue. And I think that's been really critical to this council's success so far. Of course, you do have to take time to understand the issues. And so just to review the timeline of meetings and milestones that we've had so far, we've spent a ton of time really trying to dig into these issues, the ones that were articulated in the governor's executive order and others. So I won't go through all of them here, but just bear distribution, connectivity, conflict response, transplant or relocating bears, recreation and tourism, the role of hunting, social tolerance, and so on. So we've gotten to the point now where we've heard a lot about those issues and we're starting to integrate across all of those different issues. You'll see here too, just this addition of the COVID-19 era on here. It was fantastic that we had that opportunity to build some relationships and trust and understanding in person. And it's been a little bit challenging since then, but thanks again to everyone who's engaging in this medium of Zoom and staying connected and learning together. So you'll see here that we've crossed off Red Lodge for the May 11th, 13th meeting and have noted that we're going to spend our time today working on the vision and challenging issues and working towards a full draft and really trying to set markers for June and July to continue to advance those conversations in a meaningful way so that we can stay on track to submit our final report by August. So of course, understanding all those issues has really been focused on building toward common ground. This was the most used phrase by council members at the very first meeting we had at the Clefney Ranch in East Helena, was they really wanted to do this. So how are we doing that? So as they've been engaging in issues and conversations, they've been building emerging ideas that are really trying to find a way to balance the different interests and positions and communities. They started sharing those thoughts that advanced strategies as early as January and have been continuing to iterate those forward. Following the Libby meeting, they developed a framework to attach some of those to and continue to refine, review, and build out strategies, look for gaps, and then connect their ideas to a broader framework and structure. They've been continuing to review and refine that framework and think about what does that mean and what's there and what might be missing. Then there's this deliberation period that we're in now, which is really about reflecting and reviewing and discussing what are those core elements, the vision, the challenging issues, how does public input feed into this, and what are our next steps, and give us all an opportunity to touch base and recalibrate as needed to reflect your core interests as council members so that this really does reflect you and your work. And finally, all of that will build up into our draft recommendations where we consolidate thinking and all of our work to date into a single document and build in time for additional refinement as needed. So we're really, just to highlight where we are right now, we're in this deliberation period of really taking stock of everything that's come before, clarifying some pieces where they need clarifying, engaging in the council as a whole, with the council as a whole on some of the most critical issues that we face. And then the last thing here, before opening it up to the council for anything that I might have missed here, is just this idea that the council is really focused on both providing guidance now while being focused on the future. And so I've heard this in a number of your conversations, that there are some things where there's an immediate opportunity to build on successes or to integrate lessons learned or to expand capacity or resources in other areas. So let's continue to build out those ideas and think about what are those opportunities now, and share ideas about addressing and managing areas where the conversation is evolving and not resolved, and that's more future oriented. A lot of you guys have said, there are going to be areas where we're not necessarily going to reach agreement, but that doesn't mean the conversation isn't important, and marking this moment in time isn't a good way to capture that and share that as we continue to think about what's best for people and what's best for bears. And so at the end of the day, it's really about equipping Montana and Montanans to continue to learn and adapt and strive towards strategies that work for both grizzly bears and for people. And along the lines of the conversation that council members have had on that note, it's not just about Montana and Montanans in all cases. It's about recognizing Montana's unique place as being a steward of the resources and of our communities, and connecting with our region, connecting with the rest of the country, the rest of the nation, and even thinking internationally about the role and the context of this work. So wanted to start with that overview of what we've done, where we are, where it's leading, and then invite council members to add to that or fill in any gaps that I may have missed. So council members, if you'd like to share a thought, an addition, an omission, please raise your hand and we'll get to it. Anyone want to share additional comments, thoughts? Darren.
Hey, just want to make note, it looked like Greg Schock was able to join us. I think he joined in, just a FYI for you, Sean.
Awesome, thanks, Darren. Hi, Greg.
Hi, how are you guys today?
Good.
I had a neighbor that had
to say hello, so if you want to say hi to the public, please go ahead and do that.
Well, I apologize for being late. I had a neighbor that needed some help pulling a calf, and so it didn't go as well as we hoped, but we got it done. So good morning, and I'm from St. Ignatius and glad to be part of the discussion again today.
Thanks, Greg. glad you were able to join us, and nice of you to be able to help your neighbor beforehand. Robyn.
Okay, I'm trying to get my video and my mute off. I'm a little slow this morning. I just wanted to comment, Sean, and say that was a great recap. Thank you. I think you covered everything beautifully, and it really highlights the, gosh, guys, we've been doing a great job. Let's give us a hand of applause.
Well, thanks, Robyn. No, you guys have been doing a ton of work, and I think, you know, that was just a high-level summary of what's happened the last few months. It's been a lot. Heath, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you and Heather for after going over this, the way that you put this together. And I would also like to just make a comment on how lucky I feel that we did have our earlier meetings when we did, because if we hadn't had a chance to get to know everybody a little bit, these meetings would be not very productive at all, I think. And anyway, I just want to thank you for the chance to get to know everybody earlier on and the work that you guys did to make that happen.
Great, thanks, Heath, appreciate it. Well, good. Well, the transition here, unless there's any other comment, is to really just hear the latest from all the different working groups. And so that was certainly something that I didn't include in that overview, and wanted to give you guys the chance to catch up with one another. Following our last Zoom meeting, which was just a 3-hour meeting that was largely focused on livestock loss and compensation programs, we touched base on where those conversations were going, and a lot of you were still working through some of your conversations and next steps. And so I'd like each of the working groups to report out. You've got plenty of time, so 5 to 7 minutes each, to provide a bit of a summary of your conversation. And if you could just focus on kind of your key takeaways, what are you guys learning? Were there some areas where you really had an aha moment and felt like you were really making some good progress? And then most importantly, for later today and tomorrow, what are the most important questions your group has that you want the council to really wrestle with moving forward? So working group 1, do you mind?
Yeah, I'm hoping Carolyn can kind of, there we go. I'm gonna refer to Carolyn because she was our scriber. I just want to complain a little bit here though, that Caroline and Robyn would not allow Chuck and I any editing options. So.
No, only because it was just a matter of our ability, our stellar internet and high-tech abilities that Robyn and I have.
Chuck and I would have screwed it up, you know that.
Yeah, it's our just mastering of Google Docs and all of that. But we met a number of times, 3 or 4 times, and had some really great discussions as we moved through the recommendations. Pulling out some highlights, I think the starting point that we reached or all came with was this idea that as Montana has an expanding more bears in more places with more people, we believe that it's really the management that matters, that as bears move into different and newer areas that they haven't been in, that it's really up to us to manage them when they get into trouble and to preclude conflicts with bears as much as possible ahead of the game. So that means good management, resources, outreach, education, all the tools that we know work to keep bears wild and people safe, and expanding that toolbox. So I think that's really where kind of the foundation that Group 1 started with, is that bears are part of our landscape. and they present challenges, but we can, as Montana, come together and manage them well. But that means managing them and means being responsive to problems when they emerge, and having that knowing that we do know how to manage this animal well, and we have a lot of expertise. We have some excellent background, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, in working with the other agencies, Fish and Wildlife Service, Wildlife Services, the land management agencies. We know how to do this well, but we're going to need a lot of resources to continue to do it well and do it better on into the future. I'm looking, just strolling through our comments quickly. We have a lot of agreement, except in the area around hunting. And we had great discussions around hunting and the idea that there are those on the council, and certainly those in the public, who do not agree with hunting and will not agree that hunting is a way to move forward in Montana. Having said that, we also made comments on the hunting part of our work that we've been given, and agreed that there are basic tenets around hunting that should be established, given that we won't have consensus around it, but that we do need to make recommendations to the governor and to the state moving forward. So we tried to capture that in as much as possible, and mostly agreed that there's an awful lot that we have come together around that are really good, sound recommendations to move forward with. And then again, so much of it is going to depend on having the resources and the outreach to be able to do this. And that managing bears is a challenge. It isn't easy, and it does require a concerted effort on all of our parts, and that we're going to need the funding and the people on the ground and the management expertise to be able to do it. How's that, you guys? I love going first. We're kind of like, oh, we have to summarize everything we've said. Yeah. So
we can have go backs too. We can have go backs too, Caroline. I just want to thank you for getting the conversation started. What we do want to hear is just exactly that. It was a nice summary of the conversation you had, the nature of largely being in agreement on different things, but thinking about how can we build out that toolbox? How can we do more to prevent conflict up front? How do we provide more resources, education? Your conversation around the role of hunting was really interesting too. And if I followed that, you guys had some disagreement there, but you also said, you know what, we can still have a conversation if we agree to some tenets or a framework for guiding that conversation or guiding that process moving forward. And I think that's really instructive for the council too. You guys don't necessarily have to resolve everything, but you should think about, well, how would you recommend, or what strategies would you suggest for Montanans to make those decisions as we move forward? And if it's a framework, then that could be really helpful.
Thanks, John, for saying that. We did kind of come up with a framework, or kind of like almost a decision tree. Like, if there's hunting, if there's not hunting, and if there is hunting, then these other decisions need to come forward after that first basic decision. So we did talk about a framework decision tree kind of way of looking at it.
Good. Thanks, Caroline. Robyn, it sounds like you'd like to jump in and build off of Caroline's comment.
Yes, thank you, both of your comments. I really liked how our group was able to take that really controversial issue about hunting, where we know that we are not going to get consensus, and that tree idea, but also knowing that what we wanted to present to the governor is how thoughtful and serious and passionate we all are about that issue, and then put that framework so the governor could have a real sense about what those concerns are. And knowing that we could not have a recommendation that was consensus based, but that he would certainly see what that discussion looked like. And that really helped me understand our process a little bit more. So I really enjoyed that particular discussion with our group.
Great, thanks, Robin. And just had a question here in the chat box to me about that framework and where it landed. I think I saw an earlier version of that, but that maybe it's not included in the last framework that the working group pulled together. It's not to put anyone in particular on the spot, but Caroline, as the representative of the writing team there, is that something that you guys have as an attachment or something you could share?
It is, but I also think now strolling through the shared document that has been shared with everybody, I don't think that's our most recent version.
It's not. That was actually sent. Yeah, that was sent out actually while we were in a meeting.
Right.
Okay.
That was sent out just prior to that. So yeah, that is not our latest one.
I was worried that it was my mastery of Google Docs had somehow made a real mistake and didn't get you the latest version, because that could also be the case. But Heather, do we have that? Do you have that later version?
I do. You sent me the link after I had sent out the email, so I'll get that around to everyone here shortly.
Great. Thanks.
Awesome, thanks. Brett, Chuck, anything you'd like to add?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, so they must not be too worried about their editing.
It was a very good discussion, and it was a needed discussion, and it wasn't really even frustrating. It was just trying to listen to both points of view and trying to come up with, what's, just like she said, that tree, if we do have it, what are those options? And if we don't have it, what are those options? And we spent a lot of time talking about this. This was the most, hunting was the most, we spent the most time on that than anything else. We would get to hunting and then we would skip down and go to something else, and we'd keep going back and forth, and finally hunting was the last thing we finally talked about. So
no, it was good. We just had to learn to respect each other, and we have different thoughts. And I was like Brett, I was getting a little frustrated. We got to dive into it sooner or later.
Good. Well, I'm glad you guys found a pathway forward, and I think that could be instructive for the council as a whole too. So thanks for doing that hard work and advancing the conversation. Let's move on to working group 2. Jonathan, are you going to be the spokesperson?
I think I'd be glad to jump in on some things, but Cole's got a real good kind of feel for what we've been doing. And I mean, same with Darren and Cameron. So if anyone else would like to lead off, I'm fine with that.
Go ahead, Jonathan. We can jump in.
All right. Well, working group 2, we tend to get along pretty well in these discussions. I think that we all have a common kind of attribute of like an inability to follow instructions. And so that helps us all get along pretty well. We did that again on this time around, and just for our own sense of understanding and next steps, we kind of shifted course to creation of a document that would help our small group wrap our heads around the issues a little bit more, and start to summarize down like the essential aspects of what our emerging ideas and recommendations we're starting to point towards. One of the big things that we tried to focus on was the preamble and principles of what it is we're trying to do as a council, or what our charge is, which there's a lot of understanding around that, but to try to shift that understanding into a framework that helps us understand how we need to move into our recommendations. So we did spend quite a bit of time talking about just the principle of the council. And then that vision being something, what is it that we intend these recommendations to lead us to down the road into the future. And we felt that if we understood where we wanted to go, it'd be a lot easier to build the path to that destination. And so setting that vision out was really helpful for us to say, well, what helps us get there? What recommendations can we offer to the governor, the legislatures that will allow us to reach that destination, that preferred vision? And so with that, some of the more controversial topics to discuss really just fell into place as to, how does it fit into that vision? How can we approach this controversial topic in a way that will still allow that final destination to be realistic? And after we went through those, the recommendations really kind of fell into place, and we could just kind of ground test it, do some revert back to that vision and the principles and see if it matches up. Does this recommendation that we're putting out lead us to that overall vision, and does it fit the principles that we're trying to act under at the moment? That helped us really move along quickly. We pared down quite a few pages into a pretty brief and concise document that we know isn't yet comprehensive, but feels that it captures the spirit of what we're trying to work with, and hope that it gives us a framework to move forward.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. I think that was a nice summary of both the substance of your conversation, but also that different tack that working group 2 took. And I'm glad to hear that that's just part of your DNA and not something that is a personal affront to Heather and me in terms of following directions or not, because that might be hard to accept. Darren, Cole, Cameron, you want to jump in?
I'll jump in quick if you don't mind. This is Darren. I appreciate you pulling up our purpose earlier, Sean. When we first started going into our small groups and we were trying to get this giant thing pulled into something actionable, I went back to the governor's document, and you pulled out the purpose, but Cole and our group kept talking about actionable recommendations, a report that's discrete, rule number 1 of our duties, and I think that's how we kind of got to where we were, and we kept going back to those single component and single words as kind of was, and Cole did a great job kind of come up with some real pros there for us. So that's kind of how my approach was.
Now, just echo a lot that's been said. I think we have pretty good cohesion as a group and share a lot of the similar vision. We made a real effort to be brief and concise, and we take the citizen part of the advisory council, I think, really seriously, knowing that many of us are not experts. Some of us are in aspects of this, but for the most part felt that the most valuable thing that we can offer is a discussion amongst citizens about vision and values primarily. And so we were a little bit less detail oriented. We thought that if we could get the document, it's just barely over 2 pages. We thought that if we could get a document for ourselves that was brief enough and could be seen in a whole, that, individual recommendations that folks might see from us, are contextualized in that whole. And I think it's easier to see those, kind of our small group vision in that form than it is to just any individual recommendation that we might have common ground on. And so we really worked towards that whole. And I guess the last thing is just echoing group 1, resources are critical to almost every part of this. And so we really feel like resources will determine our capacity to accommodate expansion. We know expansion's happening, and overall, we can sort of accommodate that expansion insofar as we have all of the necessary resources to accommodate it. And I think we say that knowing that even with where the population is currently, we probably are not allocating enough resources to it. And so let alone a population that continues to grow and expand. So to really take that resources question seriously and use it kind of as a guide of how much expansion can we truly accommodate, given what's available, given what we've allocated as a state and as a society to it. I think that's it for me.
Thanks, Cole. Appreciate that addition. Cameron, anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, I don't probably add much to that conversation. I think they've captured it well, and we felt it easier to start small and add than try to take away, or not that we wanted to take away any of the recommendations, but we just took a different approach, and it seemed to work for us. And I'm excited to hear what the rest of the council has to say about it.
Great. Well, thanks, guys. Really appreciate that overview. I had a chance to connect with these guys briefly. I think it was just last week, in part because they took this different track, and I wanted to kind of get a better sense of what that meant and how they were thinking about it. And I think it's pretty compelling in the sense that by trying to iterate forward the next version of a document that really captures some of those core areas of agreement, that really focuses on integrating ideas, and to Cole's point, really tries to focus on the values piece of this and articulating something that captures the sense of Montana citizens. I think they're doing some really compelling thinking about all of that. And not only is it compelling in terms of the format and the language that they've chosen, but in looking through some of the processes of how do big groups like a group of 18 make decisions. Often it's by stripping away some of the many ideas that are out there and trying to identify a core thread that can start to connect those pieces and really be that backbone on which everything else is built. I think we tried to do that following Libby with a framework document, but that was just a structure, right? And here we've got ideas that are really providing that alternative structure. And I'm curious to know what others are thinking, but I was really impressed and inspired in a way by what Working Group had done in terms of shifting their thinking here. So I don't know if that's a celebration of rule breaking or just a pat on the back for what I thought was some pretty compelling thinking. Let's take a pause there and just see if there's any questions from the other groups for Working Group 1 and 2, and then we'll get an update from groups 3 and 4. So any questions or thoughts, reflections on the work or the reflections from Working Group 1 or 2? If you want to raise your hand, that'd be easiest for me to see you, or just jump in if that's easier for you. Thoughts, questions?
I was actually pretty impressed with what I seen. So I thought it was pretty precise and very forward thinking. Way to go, guys.
Great. Thanks, Brett. All right.
Oh.
Seeing a relatively, someone else want to jump in?
Sorry, this is Erin. Yeah, I thought that was really interesting how you guys kind of strip things down a bit. I guess I'm just wondering, because I like the idea of being concise. How do we do that and also be incorporative of kind of the different ways of thinking? How do we not strip too much out? And so I guess it's like this fine balance. So when I read through that, I like that idea of having a concise document, but I guess I'm still struggling a little bit with, you know, how it all fits together. So that was just a thought for me when I saw that.
Thanks, Erin. Does anyone from Working Group 2 want to respond? Jonathan?
You know, Erin, we had similar conversations about that within our group of some of the topics where we knew needed expansion or would benefit from the diverse ideas that would come from the larger council. And so for a lot of those things, knowing that the four of us weren't the only voices involved, we just kind of threw out a quick statement and figured that we as a group would dive into some of those things. And so we really recognize the value that all of our voices will bring into this, and wanted to leave room to add those in.
Yeah, I think we recognize that things need to still be added for sure. And, you know, there's no way by making it more concise and kind of changing into narrative form that we can capture all of the words that are in the compiled document that the writing team is working on. But we just tried to get down to sort of, is there a way to capture the spirit of where we've been so far, or at least a kernel that can be built on? Yeah, I think we don't pretend that we captured it. We tried to begin getting, you know, toward gesturing at some kind of core as we saw it.
Yeah, thanks guys. I really appreciate that conversation. In fact, that's the exercise we have online for you guys next year, is to really use Working Group 2's vision statement as an opportunity for us to have that conversation. What does this capture in terms of core ideas, core values, a succinct message, narrative form? How does that sit with you guys? Does it feel complete? Are there things missing? Are there different ways to express it that would be helpful? I think that can be a really instructive conversation that can help guide the build out of the entire document. And I think in some ways, as Jonathan, I think, was saying earlier, once that vision is in place, it starts to articulate the very high level summary of how you feel about each element. So whether it's around connectivity or the role of working lands or conflict reduction or education, you can refer back to that vision as kind of the North Star for the council's vision, and then work through your strategies and recommendations to support that. So I'm curious to see where that goes, but I really do think this is a really interesting and valuable conversation. So appreciate the work that's gone into it. Just turning the crank and trying to deepen our thinking around it. Michelle, your hand is up.
Hi, yeah, I appreciate the work going into the vision that you wrote in the preamble. I feel like there are some things missing, and one of the core things that I felt was missing is different perspectives. I searched the document for TRIB, for tribal, for cultural, for indigenous, and there's no mention. So I think that perspective kind of somehow fell to the wayside and really needs to be a part of our vision. I also think that the tourism industry, which values the bear for their livelihoods, also needs to be a part, not only in paying, you know, in a say in what happens, but also in paying for it. You know, right now the hunters and anglers have a burden. They're the ones that are supporting FWP, and bears and wolves and such things are not necessarily what they want on the landscape. So I think that we need to pull in more perspective, and also the retirement communities that move here to have bears nearby, or to have that wild landscape nearby. As far as Ravalli County is concerned, our #1 economy driver is these retirement incomes that are coming in and wanting to move into wild landscapes. So I think those perspectives also need to be a part of our vision.
Thank you, Michelle. I think that's exactly the kind of conversation we want to facilitate moving beyond this. You know, after we hear from the different working groups, all of you have important voices and important contributions to this conversation, and that's exactly the kind of both specific items and omissions that we want to bring forward, but think about, well, what does that mean in terms of articulating that broader vision? So thanks for bringing that forward now, and please bring that forward again when we dig into the vision more directly here after the update. Well, good. Well, let's go ahead and layer on the conversations from working groups 3 and 4 and see how that continues to build our understanding of where people are, where you're identifying those core areas of agreement or those aha moments, where you're continuing to struggle with some issues or think that some additional dialogue among the council members is really necessary to advance the conversation. So working group 3, Erin, is that you that's going to start that out?
Yeah, I'll start that out, and then everybody please pitch in. I think, I was thankful our working group, I think we worked well together. I guess others may disagree, but I think we did pretty good together. Well, the way our process kind of worked is we went through the framework, and really after a couple iterations came back to each piece individually, and we really tried not to move on from things that we edited or changed as a group 3 edit unless we kind of came to some agreement on it. And so most of the things in our document are things that we hashed out, and it took, a number of hours for us to do that, but I think it led to some really good conversation. And I felt like, for me, a better understanding of where all of us are on some of these issues around connectivity, around kind of what we want in a vision, or what we were thinking about should be in a vision. And then also, Cole, I respected that conversation you said about recognizing the citizen part, because I think we did that too. I think we kind of circled around some things and then kind of decided, yeah, we are citizens, we're not the experts. And so there are things that we were talking about, for instance, with zones, and maybe it's not our job to identify those zones, but it's our job to talk about them. And do they help us frame kind of recommendations that fit inside of that idea? So moving forward, management can use our general recommendations around the idea. So we did that with a couple of things, and we noted that a bit in our document. You guys will see a lot of crossouts, so we did try and really condense. I mean, we tried to cut things out, and trying to get into a more concise document. It's kind of a mess right now because we didn't want to take anything out per se. We just didn't feel comfortable with doing that until we talked as a larger council. So it's a lot of strike throughs, but really we noted that there was a lot of repetition, and things may have looked different, but weren't really after we hashed them out. And so we did a lot of editing, a lot of referring back to different sections. We moved some things. And then around the issue of hunting, I think we kind of agreed to disagree on like yes or no for hunting, but we did have hearty conversation around, if hunting occurs, what might that look like? And what are some sideboards around that we thought were important to put into this document, or to have conversation around? I think our biggest issue that we thought we should talk about as a whole was this idea of management zones to some degree, or places where management might look different. And then also when we talked about connectivity, I think we kind of came to some agreement on bears moving in between zones, that they're doing that now in recognition of that, but that doesn't come with bears just moving and no management, right? So that comes with, those places have to be provided resources, and management response has to be there and available. And kind of, it sounded a little bit similar to what Cole and Jonathan were talking about with group 2, in that there has to be we have to look at the resources piece, and that has to be part of it, the overall picture, in regards to connectivity and where bears are moving. Yeah, and I think that's about our process. Yeah, and we did go into the multiplier question. I think that, we kind of circled around that one a little bit. We thought that was also something else that needed to be discussion from the council. Yeah, and then also pulling back a little bit on specific details. So I think we did kind of try and be a little broader, recognizing we aren't the experts in some of these. Yeah, I think that's about it. Anybody else have anything to add?
Thanks, Aaron. That was a really nice summary. And as people are thinking about what they'd like to add, just to reflect on some of the core areas. So you guys were able to go through and really have good conversation and dialogue, find areas of agreement where you could. Some outstanding questions were really around these management zones and what do they look like? Where are they? How do they help facilitate some of the objectives of the executive order, including connectivity and resources and management and education, all those different things. Another area that you pulled out for ongoing conversation was the idea of the multiplier, and also had a good conversation around the role of hunting. So lots of good stuff happening there. Anyone else in working group 3 want to jump in and share any?
Yeah, this is Heath. I'm sorry, did I cut in on somebody?
That was just me again. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess I would just say, as far as group 3, our group was myself and Aaron, Annie, Nick, and Lawrence. So everybody knows who was up to what, I guess. I would agree with what Aaron said. We spent a lot of time with good conversation going through each recommendation, and the things that we agreed upon really gave me an appreciation for the amount of common ground that we do have as far as our small group, and listening to the other groups so far, I think pretty much as a council on a lot of these areas. So it's been really helpful for me just to see a lot of the common ground that we do have, and moving forward, I think things look good in that regards to me. So I want to thank my small group too for the time, and Aaron and Annie were our editors, Brett. So you guys aren't alone. Thank you. Thank you, gals, for doing that too.
Thanks, Heath. Appreciate that. Annie?
I'll jump in. Our document, I feel so bad for the writing committee for having to look through it. I apologize because it looks like we added more pages, but it was really our strike throughs. We did a lot, as Aaron said, of we all collectively enjoyed consolidating, and that's what we're going for, similar to group 2. But we didn't want to erase anything. So a lot of the comments you see are where we moved things or where we think it would better fit. Something that I had brought up within my group, and what we were in the beginning starting to have, we skipped the preamble and vision and came back to that at the end, and we started with the individual recommendations. And depending on how we do this, within each of the frameworks, so within education or bear distribution or connectivity, currently I think those recommendations are sort of out of order. And for the writing group, or for us as small groups, once we get the next kind of work together document, is to reorder those. There are some that make more sense in the beginning, and then everything kind of falls under that, like group 2 had said. So we started with that, and we were kind of like, well, wait, we need to add more because this doesn't quite get the essence of what we want. But it's, if you kept reading down the document. And so I was thinking for the general public who will be looking at this as well, and haven't heard our conversations, that a different, maybe putting each of these ideas in a different kind of order within each subcategory. I don't know if that makes sense. And then another for us, similar to what Michelle said, is for our preamble and vision. It was really important to us to be mindful and represent different perspectives, the tribal perspective, not just Montana tribes, but Indigenous people from North America, also cultures from around the world who value the bear, not just grizzly bears, but the bear in general. And so trying to be mindful of that. And where was I going? Oh, not wanting to step on any other toes when it comes to other states. So being very aware that Montana does have a really amazing opportunity right now to be in the forefront of this comprehensive management plan, but not putting down other states or kind of saying we're the best and we have the greatest ideas and we know exactly what we're doing. We don't want other states or countries to kind of look at that as an arrogance. We want it to be a framework that they could maybe take and use in the future and be excited for. And our group, we had hours of wonderful conversation. And I do want to echo Aaron that we came to consensus on all of we were able to talk it through and get to a wording or a phrasing or an idea that satisfied all of us. And that was huge. I didn't know if we could do it, but we did.
Awesome.
There's one thing I'd like to add just quickly that came up to while you were talking, Annie, is that when we got to this section on getting back to kind of the resources conversation, the whole funding ideas for getting funding, and then also like the bulleted list of different funding. Yeah, so basically it's under the ideas for getting funding section on our framework. So I'm really intrigued as to how we're going to move forward there. And I know, group 2 sounded like they kind of, thought that should kind of move up on some level because resources kind of underpins everything else we're doing or has seemed to. We just struggled. It really right now is just like a list of ideas. And so we didn't want to lose that list, but we felt like it would be better as more of an appendix. So I'd love to come up with a way for the writing team to effectively both identify the importance of resources and funding, but also kind of keep this list of ideas that the council as a whole generated. And I think those are two different things, and I haven't quite figured that out yet. So that's just kind of a thought for the future.
Great, thanks, Erin, and thanks, Annie. A couple of things that Annie said. One was that the public will have access to these working documents. And I don't know that they're posted yet in advance of the meeting, but all these different working group documents have been made available online for members of the public to follow along. So if you're watching on the YouTube page and are wondering what these documents are, these are the latest iteration of some of the working group documents that they've been working on. And we've been sharing those with you so that you can get a sense of the conversation and provide any insight or feedback or expertise that you may have that seems like it's connected to those documents. So just wanted to say that. And then Annie, another thing that you said was it's not always just the content of what we're talking about, but the tone in which we talk about it. And all of you guys have been very just deliberate and humble in your approach to this conversation. And I think that's coming through in your documents, but I think that's another piece to keep in mind is that it's not just the content, but the way we talk about it. And to your last comment, Erin, around the resourcing and how that gets advanced too, I think there are going to be some different formats that we can experiment with in terms of communicating core strategies and intent. But because this is just a moment in time and a lot of these are ongoing conversations, how do we also populate and seed a forward-looking conversation in a way that builds towards continued problem solving and strategy development, even past the lifespan of the council? So maybe there's a way to experiment with how best to do that. Lorents, did you want to jump in on Working Group 3?
No, I don't think so. I think they covered it really well. And I too want to thank Erin and Annie for doing all the editing, whatever. That was quite a job.
Yeah, thank you guys. I know that's a ton of work, and I know a lot of the working groups spent even more hours than they thought they were going to working through all that. So really appreciate all the good work and thought. Working Group 4. Michelle, are you going to kick that off?
I can, but I'm sure that, well, I hope that everybody will jump in and make sure that I've honored what we had to say. Our technique was to go through each item to try to respect what's already been done and just give our thoughts on it. And so we've probably made the document a little bit longer as well, because we added in, we don't think this needs to be here. We didn't strike it out. We just said, not sure if this is necessary or this needs to be more clarified. And so we went through every single piece, and where we didn't reach consensus, we discussed for quite a while, and we're able to look at each other's perspectives, which I think was really important. And in the end, I think our conclusion, and I'm having this up, our conclusion was, what conversations that do we need to have with the whole council that are holding us back from really going further on this document? And we came up with 3 big ones, and I think it reiterates what a lot of people are saying. The first one being, where do we want bears and why? And what we said is, bears are going to go where they go. And so it's more of how can we create the resources, offer conflict prevention, assistance, education, enough bear specialists on the ground to be there ahead of the game. So that subject, I think, is a huge one that we need to talk about. What is this connectivity and putting that meta population together? And what does that mean for how we prepare those areas in between those zones? We thought we needed to talk about socially acceptable, tolerant. Is that too subjective? And we made the suggestion to take socially out completely and talk about acceptable, just where it's acceptable. And because the social context gets so convoluted. And then finally, we were talking about all these things that the council really needs to talk about because we might not totally agree on it. We said, what about the one thing that we really agree on, and that we need resources and we need to find new sources of revenues to support Montanans, no matter what their livelihood or what their reasoning with bears on the landscape. How do we support communities so that they don't, one, attract bears in and cause trouble and have problems? So we thought discussing resources is something we should all really sit down and really hash out. Where can we, what groups can we tap into? How can we tap into them? How can we make it available? How can we make people not feel alone when they have a grizzly bear in their backyard and they're not sure what to do? Those were the three main topics that we thought as a council we needed to discuss really before we could go further with the document. And Chad, Trina, and Greg, please add in because I'm sure I'm missing something.
Thanks, Michelle. That was a great kickoff. Appreciate identifying those three areas in particular. Trina, you want to jump in?
Working on it. Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I think Michelle did a really good job of summarizing. We, I think, came to agreement on almost every single thing we talked about, and but she's right. We're at a stopping point until we hear from the rest of the council, and so I think that's gonna have to happen here before the writing team can go forward with anything aside from what we've already done.
Thanks, Trina. Well, that's making me feel like we have a good agenda in front of us for the next couple of days to tackle these issues. Chad or Greg, do you want to jump in?
I'll just reiterate, what Trina said and what Michelle said. Michelle covered everything great. We have a kind of a diverse working group. Michelle's shaking her head. It's usually 3 against 1. And it's very interesting. Like Trina said, I think we came to consensus in our group pretty much with every item, with the exception of the hunting piece and a couple of the questions that we need answered, in front of full council. And I think going forward, we've got a good document. Everybody's got a good document. Let's consolidate it into one document and work to make it a great document.
Great, thank you, Chad. Anything to add, Greg?
No, I think they covered it real well. Like I said, the hunting piece is always going to be a controversial thing, and I think we can agree to disagree on it, but yet we need to have some direction going forward because that will definitely be a topic.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, good. Well, I do want to pause and open it up to questions, comments from council members, either reflections on what you've heard, questions to individual working groups, whatever you'd like to do to just provide some additional clarity if needed here on these report outs. But just thank you all for the conversations, for those good updates, hearing a lot of good progress on finding common ground on really hard issues, hearing some pretty good consistency around those core areas where additional dialogue is really, really needed right now. So it's around resources, it's around the idea of where bears should be and why. So whether we call those management areas or connectivity, or the issue of connectivity, what does that look like? The role of hunting. We're still struggling a little bit with the socially acceptable piece too, and how to integrate that into the conversation. So I was glad to see Working Group 4 really land on all of those issues as well. What we want to do is exactly what Chad was pointing us toward over the next couple of days. Engage in dialogue on these really critical issues, advance the conversation, provide enough forward-looking guidance and recommendations to the writing team to try to consolidate these ideas as one of our key next steps moving beyond this meeting. So it's quite a tall order to think we can get there, but I think we're moving in that direction, and certainly wouldn't be possible if all of you hadn't had these really important working group conversations. So thoughts, comments, questions from council members on these working group updates? All right. I'm getting the sense that people are ready for a break. I've been sitting in front of the screens long enough. Heather, did you want to jump?
I just want to give Erin one opportunity. She had put in the chat box earlier, wanting to make sure that the working group process was clear to the public. Erin, do you feel like we've covered that so far, or is there anything that you want to add?
I'm not sure that I have anything to add other than these documents will go up, I assume, on our, like you had said, on our webpage. They just haven't yet. And I think that'll help. And I guess, the public can reach out to us if they have specific questions, and then maybe we'll have an opportunity at a next meeting, whatever that might look like, to address maybe some of the questions that have come in. There was some confusion, it sounded like, as to, the meetings that were happening through April versus those working group meetings. And it sounded like it was kind of hard to figure that out via our Zoom calls, just a little bit confusing. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear to the public that that we will be providing those documents, and they'll be able to take a look at them, but that they're still in draft.
Yeah, no, thanks, Erin. And maybe the thing to clarify is the why behind the working groups. And that was a decision that we made following the Polson meeting to really advance some of these conversations in small groups in between meetings, just recognizing that it's really hard to get 18 people together all at once. And that if we could provide a format, a forum to advance conversations in between meetings, that would be super helpful to bring forward to these groups as a whole. So we have empowered the working groups to work on their own in between meetings, and they've done a lot, as you can tell, just from this morning's conversation and doing just that. They're bringing it forward now to the council as a whole, to one another, as well as to you as members of the public, to share what they're talking about and what they're learning, and we'll provide those documents too as soon as we have them all consolidated in one place and post those online. So thank you for that. The one thing that I wanted to bring up before we take a quick break is I did forget an important update in my overview at the beginning, and that's that the council members' families have expanded during the course of the time that the council's been together. So just wanted to give a quick shout out to both Cameron and to Kristen for adding little people to the council's conversations, people who will, and so, they'll be the people that inherit the conditions that we're creating right now. And so it's awesome to think about the responsibility and the opportunity that we have to shape the future for people that we're bringing in to Montana and to our landscapes in real time. So with that, let's go ahead and take a quick break. It's 10:26 right now. We had planned to take a 15-minute break at 10:30. So let's take a 15-minute break now and come back at, I can't do that kind of math, 10:42. Right before 10:45. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Thanks so much.
I don't hear anybody talking.
All right, guys, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for coming back. We're into 10:45. We've been at it almost 2 hours, and it's gone by really fast. I think it's been really great conversation. Sean, thanks for kicking us off. I know that you guys are usually used to Sean and I taking half days, and with Zoom, we've decided to shake it up a little bit and take different sections. So spice it up for you guys in terms of getting to hear different voices, and so we'll get started here. If you guys can just sort of give me a thumbs up, letting me know most of you guys are back. Refills on coffee. Thanks, Annie. Thanks. I can see those on you for video. It's those that aren't on video. So awesome. Well, this has been a really great conversation. Really great, Sean, for you to give us perspective in terms of where we've been, where we are, where we're headed. Working group updates were extremely helpful and really setting the stage for this next conversation on vision. And again, want to just point out that Working Group 2 did great work in really trying to synthesize the vision. All groups did a really great job in going back into their draft documents and looking at some of the important components that you want to have reflected in your vision in terms of how to set the stage for moving forward with your recommendations. And not only where is Montana now in managing and preventing human grizzly bear conflict, but where do you see this going, and where do you want your recommendations, as all of you so eloquently said, as Montana citizens? You're really the voices of Montana, representing the different experiences, interests, values, and regions of Montana. And so really appreciate the in-depth conversation that you've all had over these last couple of months. Glad to hear that these conversations have been fruitful and that you've been really able to hear each other and also share your own experiences. That's been something that's been really important to each one of you from the very beginning as well. And you've certainly found a way to do that with setting really intentional tone around respect and appreciating where each of you are coming from, and really trying to find a way for all of those voices to be reflected in how you're articulating your thoughts and your ideas and moving forward. So we are going to use Group 2's vision to start with, and also found a couple of pieces from the other working group documents that I want to make sure we have in this conversation that weren't reflected in Group 2's vision. So we'll look at it as a whole, and then wanting to go through and spend some time on what it is that you like overall about the vision, what was captured in here, what might be missing. And then after we do sort of this high level look at it, we'll go through it line by line, because really we've got a couple of hours here before lunch and after lunch to really be methodical about looking at this vision in terms of how you've articulated it, so that by the end of this meeting, we have something pretty solid that you guys can then move from in furthering articulating your emerging ideas into recommendations and setting the tone for the rest of the document. So it might feel a little bit tedious at times, but I think the time will be well worth in really setting the exact words that you're wanting to have in here, and we'll do it as best as we can. Maybe Sean and I will take it a little bit further this evening in terms of refining it and bringing it back for our discussion on Wednesday. But we've got quite a bit of time here in the next couple of hours to do some deep digging into this and really reflecting on all of the work that you've done over the last couple of months. And again, just using Group 2's synthesis. So what I'm going to try to do here is share my screen. We did put Working Group 2's vision into the agenda. And so the public, you guys should have this available in your agenda, but just in case folks don't have it available, I'm going to give this a go here and work from sharing the screen. So if you can let me know if you've got it in front of you, Sean, do you?
It was there a second ago, and then you scrolled or something, and then now I just see a white line.
Let's see.
That's all I'm seeing. No, there, now I got it back.
Yep, now it's back.
Got
That's
it?
perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
And is it big enough for you guys to see?
Yes.
Looks good to me.
Okay, great. So while you guys are taking a minute to look at it, I'm gonna read it out loud just in case others don't have it in front of them. But I guess you've got it given it's on the screen. But again, we envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 Montana ESA recovery zones and a landscape in between that facilitates physical connectivity. Meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies may continue to expand outside of the connectivity area. Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will be limited in relation to available resources for management, education, infrastructure, including transportation, sanitation, and capacity for supporting ranchers and farmers in prevention, timely conflict response, and mitigation. All those living or visiting in or near the connectivity area should expect to be impacted by the potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources to help address these impacts in a timely manner. In Montana, we envision that management decisions continue to be based in sound science that account for local resources, communities, and capacity. A couple of pieces that I pulled out from other working group documents were including and incorporating healthy, perhaps into the first sentence, that grizzly bear management should be understood from both biological and social science perspectives, that we support improved and expanded cooperation, communication, and continued conservation efforts between state and federal agencies, the public, NGOs, tribal entities, local governments, private landowners, and the tourism industry. And then just capturing some of Michelle's, I just summarized it into 2 phrases, just Montana citizens and the tribal perspective, wanting to ensure that I captured and we have a chance to talk about Michelle's comments if the sentence above doesn't capture it. And again, realizing that this is sort of the high level overarching aspect of what you're envisioning for then setting the stage for specific recommendations. And further to Aaron's point earlier, making sure that while this is a concise document and really clear, but also wanting the fuller document to be able to capture some of the detail and nuances of the conversation. So again, really focusing on sort of this overarching vision. I'd like to hear from you guys around what you like about this vision. Aaron.
I like the concise vision that incorporates connectivity with that recognition for support. I did want to just back up a little bit from the preamble versus the vision, because I think our group kind of had conversations about, well, does this fit better in the preamble versus the vision? Like, for instance, your note about the tribal perspective. So I guess I'm just wondering how we incorporate these things and where best they might go. Because we moved that piece into the preamble and kind of had a consolidated vision, something similar to this. We didn't do it in paragraph form, but I guess I'm going back into how that should all roll out.
Great question. Jonathan or anyone from group 2 want to talk about your thoughts about how you separated the preamble versus the vision? And then Robyn, I do see your hand up. I'll get to you after.
I would just say that the way we thought about them and the difference between them was that the preamble was sort of a statement of how we understood our role as a council, things that we, the four of us, and also our sense of what all council members kind of thought were really important pieces, sort of statements of here are the conditions as we understand them. And then we used the vision place as, you know, if this council is successful, if Montana is successful in its conservation, what will that look like on the ground? And so we tried to use future tense in the vision piece. In terms of Michelle's comments about the tribal perspective, I think that's a great point. I mean, we started off the preamble by basically just stating, as I think as broadly as we could, that grizzly bears are valued by not only Montanans, but people across the world. And also we set out their value apart from the value humans place on them, and even said that we recognize that they have intrinsic value. And so I think if folks want to sort of specify different audiences that have important perspectives, I think that's great. But yeah, just to quickly summarize, for us, the preamble was sort of the whereas statements of how we kind of understood existing conditions, brief historical perspective, what our role was of the council was, and then the vision. We tried to imagine what Montana would look like in the future if grizzly bear conservation was successful.
Thanks, Cole. That's really helpful. Aaron, does that help clarify, or was there anything else that you wanted to say about that?
No, I think that helps clarify. I guess just to finish my kind of thought on the vision, the one thing again that we kind of talked about in our group is this, the sentence that says capacity for supporting ranchers and farmers, just to keep in mind that that's not the only communities that need such resources. And so we kept going back to this idea of supporting local communities versus that specification. So just some thought around that too. Thank you.
Thanks. Robyn.
Okay, see if I can get, okay. Well, I know you can hear me. Oh, there we go. Sorry guys, I'm a little bit slow here on getting myself visualized. Start video. There we go. Thanks. So I would say that overall, I think the question is, what do we like about the vision? And I like overall the vision statement. I like where it's going. I'll look forward to the wordsmithing as we get to that part, knowing that we're not there yet. I also would say that I would like, I don't know if this is a time to add it, but I really like the bullet points that have been from other working groups. I'd like to see those thoughts incorporated into the vision and or preamble, however we end up sorting that out. And I would definitely like to see the word thrive, thriving or thrive added. It could be with healthy, but I just remember seeing thriving populations in some of the original conversations that we had around what we saw our work would be supporting and making recommendations toward. And Aaron, you hit right on an issue. It's not an issue, a thought that I had too. I absolutely agree, and I have been very grateful to be educated about in more depth about the needs of ranchers and farmers, in particular for prevention and conflict response and mitigation. But because of where I live in the recovery zone that I live in, we have other issues that deal with that same type of support that aren't necessarily fall into the farmer rancher category. And I think it's certainly for the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem, it's going to be important to address that.
Thanks, Robyn. And I'm going to also try and capture notes in real time as you guys are talking, so you'll see it on here too. If it gets too dizzy for you, let me know and I can stop sharing the screen. But Michelle. And if you guys could lower your hands when you finish speaking, that'll help me track as well. Sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I like the attempt to kind of put everything into a concise format. I do think there's some bullet points missing, so I think, but we'll get to that conversation later. I think what I saw, and I'm gonna have to pop up my information because you keep zooming around here. Hang on. In the preamble frames our context and need, and that many people hold the bear in an important state is very important, and that's kind of part of the need. And then of course there's the challenges that come with that, and that's part of the need. So I see that in the preamble. In the vision, I see cooperation between all of those shareholders, all of those people that hold value in the bear for whatever reason. So I actually think that if I'm looking at a desired future state, it's one where tribal communities, the tourism industry, the ranching industry can have conversations, the agencies, about what is needed, where we are, how to move forward. I think that needs to be a part of the vision.
So does that third bullet capture sorry, where it says, and I took this from one of the working documents, we support improved and expanded cooperation, communication, and continued conservation efforts between state and federal agencies, the public, NGOs, tribal entities, local governments, private landowners, and the tourism industry.
Yeah, I think that covers that idea for sure.
And again, this is really about how to be concise yet capturing the spirit in this conversation, and then the details would be reflected in the recommendations. So anyone else have thoughts about what it is that they like about this vision statement? So then let's talk about, in general, again, and we'll get to line by line, but in general, things that might be missing from this mission statement. And can you guys see those 5 bullet points underneath the vision?
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there other things to add to that at this point? Michelle, you're on mute. Michelle, you're on mute. Still on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to pull up my notes and still get to the screen. So what I'm seeing that I'd like to see added, and Annie touched on this, trying not to be disrespectful to the other states, but I think the idea that we have an opportunity to take the lead in conservation because we are the connectivity zone. And I also think we got a comment from, I'm gonna not get his name correct, but it's Scott Schulz. He's in the IGBC. He's a tribal representative from Idaho, from the Selkirks. And he talked about how difficult it was when they created the NCDE conservation strategy in, I think, 2016. And they talked about how the NCDE was going to be maintain recovery as the goal in the areas surrounding the NCDE and with conflict bears. And he said that is a big discrepancy with, you know, here in the Selkirks and the Cabinet Yaak, because we rely on those bears that are moving out to possibly help repopulate and add genetic diversity to their recovery areas. So I don't know if there's a way to include the 5 nearby recovery areas. So we include the Selkirks. And I know we're talking about Montana, but I think we can't leave the Selkirks out of the conversation because they're so intrinsic, they're so linked to the NCDE population. And let me just see if there's anything else in my notes here. I think there should be a push to protect habitat to facilitate natural movement. Maybe you don't have to say protect habitat in the vision, but facilitating natural movement among the recovery zones. And we're also not talking about the meta population that Cecily mentioned, to have those island occupation zones. And I know I'm adding a lot into this, but I think they should be somehow alluded to, if not mentioned outright.
Thanks, Michelle. And these are great sort of overarching thoughts, and we're going to capture these here in the notes and then find a way to see if there's a way to integrate that. Erin. And then
going to Michelle's point on Montana being unique in its conservation opportunity, again, that's another one that we put in the preamble. So I guess I'm wondering if in the vision, the recognition of connectivity or connected habitats gets at a couple of those points, Michelle. And I mean, let's talk about that because it might not, but we did, we thought that fit into the preamble as far as that conservation opportunity provide for connectivity. And then I guess the other thing I was looking at with this is, the one thing I would like to change that's already in here is that based in sound science. I think it would be really good to make that the best available science rather than sound science. And that sounds like a minor editing, but it's not really. So that was one thing that I had noted.
as I scroll through this, is this making it harder for you, or are you guys okay with the note taking in the moment?
I think it's fine. This is
fine.
Sean. I think it's good to capture it in the moment, and I think especially when we start getting to the line by line review, that it'll be really helpful to have that visual. So I would say keep going for it.
Okay. Brett.
So I guess this is a question for Robyn. So in the if you can scroll up a little bit. So the capacity for supporting ranchers and farmers in prevention, timely conflict response and mitigation. And you were talking about there are other, I don't remember the word you used, but there are other, businesses or something that that's also unique maybe to the Cabinet Yaak that needs to be put in here. Can you explain that a little more for me?
Yes, I can, and I'd like to hear Erin's thoughts on that as well, because she certainly deals with that a lot. So in our area, we have small, very small homestead-like growers networks, and that also produce chickens and pigs and goats and, you know, big gardens, and so mostly, so does it rise to the level of needing, they lose their pigs and goats, and you know, I don't know that it rises to the level of the compensation for, you know, full-time ranchers. You know, I get that, but I just think there's a different need in the Cabinet Yaak. And it also goes to the mitigation for making sure we have the right resources for conflict resolution and education for that particular affected community member. Did that help, Brett?
Yeah, that helped. Thanks. And I read this morning somewhere that the group is suing. The group is suing for the stop of a natural gas line from Idaho to Wyoming because of grizzly bear habitat. I guess I kind of wonder, where does this stop at? When you talk about logging and in the Yak, they shut down a bunch of logging because of grizzly bear habitat, but yet in some cases logging can improve habitat. And so I get confused about, where does this actually, where does it begin and where does it end?
Well, I wonder, Brent, if,
I guess
this sentence really reflects perhaps the communities, and I think Aaron was suggesting that to change this to local communities. And then it also sounds like, Brett, what you're getting at are different industries, right? So we've got livelihoods of ranchers and farmers, but we've also got timber and mining and multiple use in some of the ecosystems. And does that next sentence capture some of that, or do we need there to be something else that gets at what you're referring to, Brett?
I'm not sure the answer to that, to be honest with you.
Well, I opened that up, not just, I guess I said you because you started it, but also, is that captured enough in the vision, in the larger paragraph, or do folks want to see this spelled out more, or does it make sense to say local communities and industries so that it captures all of the nuances? And that might get more to what Aaron was suggesting earlier.
I see Erin's got her hand up. Maybe she has a thought.
I'm having a hard time tracking hands, chats.
Sorry.
So thanks, Brett. Anyone to help me with this is great. Yep. Go ahead, Erin.
Yeah, I think we just have to be careful and to not list so many people that we're inevitably going to leave somebody out. So I think, if that makes sense, just because you can't, it's just be such a big list of things. And so I guess my thinking around the local communities and my thinking around this in general is kind of the resources available at this time directly, conflict prevention, conflict mitigation, management, education outreach, all of those things. I think I would not say that we should take ranchers and farmers out of here directly, but I would add local communities because I'm trying to find some sort of a catch-all, and that may not be enough. But I think there are, so for instance, Red Lodge has a bear resistant garbage container program. That's a community program. So when I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about things like that.
Excellent point.
Michelle?
I was wondering if the way to do it, because industries don't always represent, even in Montana, the pipeline is Canadian industry that they're working with. So could it be local communities and livelihoods? Because it's the people living in the community and the effect on them that we should be focused on, I feel. Does that encompass more?
Robyn gave a thumbs up. What do other folks think? Aaron says yes. Brett says yes. Okay. Jonathan says yes. So I'm gonna go back up to the top. First line. where it says, we envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 Montana ESA recovery zones and a landscape in between that facilitates physical connectivity. And we did say a moment ago that we wanted to add healthy and thriving into this. Michelle, is your hand still up or is that from before? Okay, Darren.
Yeah, thanks. I kind of want to be very careful. I want to define healthy and thriving. I don't know what those two words mean in a scientific perspective. So if someone could help me out there and how that thought process between those two words and maybe make me more comfortable in the wording.
Heath, did you want to respond to that? Heath, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we talked about that in our small group, using the word thriving. And I guess personally, I struggle with it a little bit just because of what it means, kind of what was being alluded to already by Darren, I guess. Also at the expense of who, like, I'm not really sure if there's a line drawn between the population of Montana or the citizens of Montana and at what expense are we going to start making management decisions. And so I struggled with, I agree that we need a healthy population thriving. I just not sure where the line's drawn, I guess. Thanks.
Thanks, Heath. Trina, was your comment related to this or is yes, okay.
It is, yeah. So here's what I think. I think that we should just say we envision grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones. I mean, that's just me. The people that I represent don't actually support a healthy, thriving, and recovered grizzly population in all 4 recovery areas. And then I agree with the other guys. Who decides what healthy and thriving means, or even recovered for that matter? Are we going to go over the recovered number that that was assigned, or what? But I mean, I don't really think there needs to be any more. So I have trouble even supporting that.
Thanks, Trina. Brett?
I think it was fine just the way it was. I wouldn't, just my personal opinion, I wouldn't add anything to it.
Okay. Robyn?
Okay, so I was just gonna, since I'm the one who brought up the word thrive, to me, a recovered population is a thriving population. And so these points are great. So what does that mean? What are the numbers? But don't we address that when we say based on best available science? I think that would inform what a thriving, healthy, and recovered population is. I just know that was the reason I think thriving is important is because it shows that it's in my personal understanding of it is you can have a recovered population, but you want them to also be thriving to maintain those recovery numbers to meet all the criteria that the ESA sets forth for us. So that's the context through which I was thinking about that.
Thanks, Robyn.
And again, I'm thinking that the best available science that's going to be in our vision statement, that would be where that reference comes from. That would be the definition of that, how that's defined.
Thanks. Michelle?
Yeah, I'm wondering if sustainable is a possible word in there. But once again, it would be the best available science that would decide that. And then here's also where I discussed, what about the Selkirks right on the border? And I think we're supposed to, recovery zones versus recovery areas, I think we need to look at that wordsmith. And I don't know if we need to do that now, but.
Trina, Aaron, and Brett, is that from your hands from earlier, or do you have to add to this?
I wanted to add something.
Okay.
Me
go
too.
ahead. No. Brett, go ahead.
I just wonder if we ought to spell out, I don't know if we need to spell out Montana, but spell out ESA.
Okay. Aaron?
I guess I feel like healthy. So in our group discussion on this, we moved forward with using the word healthy. And I think because the reason I would like to see that in there, although I'm not going to go over this too long, but is I feel like healthy recovered grizzly bear population supports the idea of a landscape that facilitates connectivity. So I feel like just acknowledging healthy on some level, one, we want that if you're going to ever see recovery or recovered or however you want to define that, the populations assumingly have to be healthy, but then also that's how you would eventually get connectivity. So I guess that's why I kind of would like to see that in there. We did take out thriving in our group and thought healthy was fine. Sustainable doesn't feel like enough to me on some level. Yeah, so I guess that's my thoughts on those.
Thanks, Aaron. Darren?
Yeah, thanks. I think everybody come full circle with my initial questions about the wording. I think we all, maybe I'm speaking for too many people, but I think we can agree that the idea of what Aaron proposed in her wording is exactly where we want to be. But if we have to explain it to each other and we can't document it or define it in the document, it's just going to lead to headaches and problems, is why I was trying to find a word that is easily understood when we put it in a document. Otherwise, it's going to be interpreted by 100 different people by 100 different ways. And so I like the idea where Aaron's going and some of the wording on that. I just want to make sure, I guess we have to be very careful as we craft this next couple, 3 days, that words are important, and healthy is just one that I don't know if we can define. I think we want it. I mean, that's not saying it's not, but I have a hard time defining. And sustainable, world's largest overused word in the world, in my opinion. Sustainability, sustained, I think we know what it means, but it means different to people. So I just, that's why my caution is in my problems with the initial. So thank you all.
Thanks, Darren. Cole?
Yeah, I just thought I'd give one additional piece of context for why we use the words we did. We feel like we already have an ongoing societal conversation about what a grizzly bear population that is no longer at significant risk is. And so that's why we stuck close to the language of the Endangered Species Act. And we used the word, we came right out and used the word fully recovered. And I think that, any word we decide to use, be it sustainable or healthy or thriving, they'll essentially be impossible to define. And I think that's why we decided to just settle with the sort of the words we already have.
Thanks, Cole. Lorents?
I don't know what the word fully means. Fully recovered. I mean, that's that's in the eye of the beholder, I think. Fully recovered, how many is that? Or how big a population? I don't know what that means.
My sense is, going back to what Cole just said, was that they used that language, fully recovered, as defined within the ESA, which outlines what a recovered population in each of these recovery areas looks like. Is that correct, Cole?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, fully recovered means recovered to the point that our agency professionals who have authority over the question at the end of the day see fit to take the species off of the endangered species list. And, you know, in reading the Wolf Advisory Council's recommendations, they also were very straightforward in continuing to use the language of the Endangered Species Act. And they talked about, you know, recovery to the point of delisting, and then maintaining the delisted status, which I think is essentially just, it's imperfect. I think it's easier for our science to tell us when the species begins, you know, to be in serious risk, as to know how much is enough. That's more of a, you know, a judgment call where we get together and we look at the resources we have and that available habitat and what it costs to take care of something. And there's no perfect answer to how much is enough, but we know that, you know, resources in the landscape is limited to some degree. And so recovery is this kind of vague word where we certainly know when something's in a lot of jeopardy, but it's hard to know when it's enough. And I think all I would say, Lorents, is that we did intend to stick closely to, whenever we're successful in making an argument to the public that, and to essentially to the courts, that the species is no longer, or individual population is no longer at sort of mortal risk, we'll decide as a society, however imperfect that is, to take them off the list. And I guess that's where we were at. It was our word for healthy or sustainable.
Okay, thank you. That works for me.
Annie?
I think this is great, and the power of words, I'm glad we came back to that idea. I don't really like the word fully recovered, but I think it's a really good point that Group 2 had, was that they used the wording from the Act. And if we could somehow put in our preamble the idea that we've had conversations about the wording and that we've chosen to go with words that have already existed in our dialogue. So fully recovered from the Endangered Species Act, or somewhere where we didn't come up with these terms just willy-nilly, that we've put a lot of thought into them. The same was for wording like connectivity zones or recovery zones versus recovery areas. We thought it would be best, and a lot of our conversation was about what words FWP is already using and should we just stick with those. And so I do agree with Cole that, and Group 2, that by using the words that we already have gives us a baseline. I do agree, like thriving for the general public, that is not a good word because it's so individualized. There's so much emotion between thriving or healthy, or even the word fully. But if we acknowledge that we've put thought into it and we've chosen to use terms that already exist around grizzly bears, I think that would be a good idea for the public to know.
Thanks, Annie. I certainly think that having some sort of area within the document that indicates definitions, because I have a feeling that we're going to need more than a preamble might be able to hold. So should definitely think about that in terms of the overall structure and format and where that might go best. Michelle.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. My understanding is areas is what was used in the ESA. So if I'm incorrect, then you could take that out. My understanding is that they use the term area instead of zone, and that's why I was saying that. So if I'm incorrect, that can be changed. And then I wanted to mention, we talk about the ESA in there. There was one of the suggestions for the vision, and I just want to make sure I'm in the vision, was to support decision making based on best available science and current law. Possibly throw somewhere in their current law that would kind of define what fully recovered is, but I'm not sure if that satisfies folks.
Robyn?
Okay, yeah, I just gave a thumbs up to what Michelle just said. I think that's a great thing to consider, but I had raised my hand. I don't know if everybody's following the chat box as well. Aaron had a good suggestion about how to maybe restate that the 4 recovery zones located in Montana. I thought that was a good idea, and I just wanted to make sure everybody had a moment to see that too.
Did that change come up on your screen? Because I did make that change. You folks see that?
Thank you. So
I see it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm having trouble reading all 3 of the boxes now. So thank you, Heather.
Likewise, Robyn. So yeah, so thanks for making sure that everyone saw it. I appreciate that. So what I'm hearing in terms of where we are is what I've got captured in black. I've made some edits in real time. Where I'm not sure is whether there's 2 things. One is this notion of, do we want to include healthy in the statement? And I've heard some pros and cons for that. And then also I heard Trina saying we envision grizzly populations and to take out the fully recovered piece. So do we want to spend a couple of minutes talking about those 2 pieces? Jonathan.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great conversation about the wording, and that thing you just brought up makes me think that before we really get into the wordsmithing, it would help to just understand that, do we as a council want to provide recommendations that lead towards an eventual delisting or not? Personally, I think it'd be hard for me to support something that says we envision a future where grizzly bears remain an endangered species. I wouldn't believe that's our intent or purpose, but if there is dispute over whether or not we want a recovered species, that's going to make it hard to, with any amount of wordsmithing, it's going to be hard to come up with a consolidated vision if we don't all agree on that just basic point. So I don't know if anyone else thinks that's worth discussing, but it sounds like we're maybe not in agreement about just that basic, endangered species recovery.
Great point, Jonathan. Robyn?
Yeah, so I'm going to speak directly to what Jonathan just said. I think that's a great point. And then it reveals to me sort of an assumption that I had made. So that's a great question that Jonathan brought up. I would think it's important to put, we envision a fully recovered grizzly population, simply because it seems to me how I'm understanding this is that that is so key to a lot of the other pieces, coexistence, how our communities are interacting, connectivity, coexistence, connectivity, conflict resolution. Everything hinges on bear recovery is about eventually getting to recovered populations. And so it's definitely worth a conversation. I know I feel very strongly too that's again, this is my personal point of view. You know, I kind of made the assumption that that's what we did want to see. So.
Trina?
Sorry, I have two computers going and I keep using the wrong mouse. Yeah, so I just want to maybe clarify my point. I definitely want grizzly bears to be delisted, and I think that all of us on the council are working towards that. I think where our visions differ is how many populations of grizzlies in Montana does it take to be recovered? I think Yellowstone should be delisted as a population. I think NCDE should be delisted as a population, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think we need to wait for the entire state to be repopulated before we take them off the list. But I am gathering, I hope, from all of you over the last several months that we all are working towards delisting. So I just wanted to clarify that point. I think we just have different visions of how that's being defined, maybe.
Thanks, Trina. Michelle?
Yeah, I agree totally with Jonathan and Robin and Trina. We are pushing for that recovered population so that eventually delisting can happen. And, you know, it's just been in the courts again. And the big question is, you know, how do these different recovery zones affect a recovered population? What is a recovered population? And what I'm getting from the court cases and the arguments, and the Federal Wildlife Service kind of agreed that these populations are interconnected and must be interconnected to create that full recovery, to have that genetic exchange, to have eventual delisting. And I remember in the meeting in Bozeman, Cole and Lorents and I sat down, and Cole said, well, we need to get delisting. And I kind of said, well, you know, tell me why. What is important about delisting? He said, well, ranchers would then have the control of being able to, by state law, protect their livestock. And I thought, wow, that's big, that's control, that's important to feel that you could do that. And so to me, connectivity, following the law as the ESA states it, where we have populations in all of the recovery zones, which includes the Selkirks, that they are interconnected, that is the long-term sustainable population that is a fully recovered grizzly population. So we need to strive for that and that connectivity in order to get that delisting.
Erin.
So going back to Trina's point, I think one thing I think about is that I don't know if it's up to us to create all those boundaries and borders on where bears. I guess this is where I'm struggling a little bit. I think the vision for me is, you know, this idea of fully recovered populations with connectivity in between, without now I'm trying to remember, Trina, exactly how you said it, and it's fleeting my brain, but without really digging into the details on that, but keeping that somewhat broad, rather than saying, you know, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here, but I don't feel like this piece, never mind.
I think, I mean,
I lost it.
I'll try and help you, Erin. I mean, I think that it goes back to what was being said earlier around you all being the citizens of Montana and really representing sort of the values and experiences and interests and bringing forth your opinions and understanding that there are the experts and the scientists that help define those parameters, but so that it's not up to you guys to sit here and say, what are the recovery zones, what are recovered populations, but that what you're saying is that you do envision a recovered population that facilitates the physical connectivity that really then goes into the rest of the vision in terms of saying that, recognizing that as grizzlies recover and have connectivity and continue to expand outside of connectivity areas, that then Montana needs to have the capacity to accommodate this expansion. And that then digs in deeper into what the recommendations will be based on, is this overarching vision. And so I think this wordsmithing is important. I think going back and really hearing from where each of you are around what you envision and are you aligned, because I think in having the conversations these last several months, there have been a lot of different opinions expressed. And I think even with Trina, what you were saying is that you do envision that there are grizzly populations, and your definition of what recovered means is different than maybe what's being presented by the scientists, but certainly looking at the heart of this sentence, is there agreement on it, or the recovered piece? Because you were saying that you do think that they should be recovered, but your definition of recovered differs. But then Cole and Group 2 went back to the definition of recovered within the ESA. And so really understanding kind of where the language comes from, and then the recommendations getting at the heart of, well, if this is to happen, what do we want to see to support this for local communities and livelihoods?
So can we just say we envision grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones?
Heather, I don't know if this is Caroline.
Yes, Caroline.
My hand was raised. Yeah, I think you said, I think we're saying, you and I are saying the same thing. What my issue with all of this is that referring to the ESA and the recovery zones and recovery is such a moving target right now. I mean, that's what the court is trying to decide. We don't know, in responding to this idea that we should, we should delist the Yellowstone population and the NCD population. The court has said we can't do that. We can't do the distinct population segment. So us trying to insert ourselves or to try and crystal ball or even refer to all of this, I think is just troubling. I think one, it sets us in a time frame that we want to have a broader vision. We want to be looking beyond our current situation and where we are with our populations under the ESA. We can't predict how it will be interpreted in this next decision. We should have a broader, bigger vision. So referring to the ESA, I think, makes a little bit of sense in a very general term for the definitions that are in place right now, but trying to predict what the decision will be out of the Ninth Circuit and moving forward with distinct population segments, et cetera, I think we need to be looking at a broader and less time sensitive, more visionary, like vision for the future perspective. And I'm not saying that the working group 2's vision isn't, it doesn't kind of set us along that path, but I think this discussion has shown the pitfalls that we can get into when we try to use terminology or base our recommendations on this moment in time under the Endangered Species Act. I don't know if that made any sense, but that's where I keep tripping up, is like, we can't make these predictions or use terms that then set us in a specific time where they won't be relevant into the future.
Thanks, Caroline. Quite a few hands up. Brett, did I get you, or is that new?
Yeah, that's new. So Cecily made a comment in there, and it was that that they were threatened and not endangered. And so I'm wondering, I guess I want to ask Cecily this: is endangered even? Are they ESA or are they a threatened species? That's one question. The second question is I keep hearing recovery zones and recovery areas. So which is it? Is it an area or a zone?
The Endangered Species Act allows for a species to be considered endangered or threatened. And so the grizzly bear is listed as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act. So it's a little confusing maybe, but I just did want to let everyone know that it is threatened status and not endangered status. I think that the terms recovery zone and recovery area are both somewhat correct depending on how you use them. We, in the endangered species, in the recovery plan for the areas where we have populations that exist right now, we have defined maps that delineate the recovery zone, but then we also talk about recovery areas. For some of the places where we don't have bears yet, I don't know that we have a specific recovery zone delineated yet. I hope that helps.
Thanks, Cecily. And just for additional clarification, I think that the group used the ESA within the sentence, and I took it out, but it was really to highlight how the recovery zones were defined, just for reference. So I just took it out and put it in the notes.
Okay, and I think that the landscape in between the areas or zones is important for connectivity, and I would hate to lose that part of it. I'm done.
Thanks, Brett. Trina.
I think I must have just forgot to lower my hand, but in the chat box, I see there's a handful of people that can't agree with me on just having grizzly populations. So I think we need to work on that some more.
Okay. Jonathan.
I wanted to just maybe add a little bit of context from our line of thought as to the word selection and, using this, I think our hope was, to use this work just as that framework that we can reconstruct and take apart and rebuild. And so that's going really well. I like that. As far as, the word choices and things and how it connects to some of the other recommendations, kind of ties back to that idea of us as a citizen advisory council and not in any way a technical advisory group or something like that. And so, we wanted to be really sure to stick with existing documents and definitions, and that's been mentioned here. So a lot of the things are implied to connect back to those documents. For us, it's important that we do that because we later make recommendations to use in this vision, we say sound science, but it's called out as best available science at some other point, I believe. And so we do place an importance on that. Someone, either Michelle or Robyn, mentioned, following current legal standing as well. And I think personally that's a really important aspect. And then the importance of coordinating between agencies and having consolidated plans and documents. So I think that, at least from my perspective, when our group was working on this, we wanted to embody those recommendations in our own work and use the best available science, current legal standing and definitions from those, and also, make sure that it matches up with these other documents so that we're not using different definitions or different meanings, and all of it to really try to maintain some sort of objectivity to the understanding by the reader, whoever that might be. And so using those words that, while they might not bring to mind some sort of like impassioned statement, it should be very understandable. And so anyway, I just wanted to say that about the words that we chose. And then to Trina there, I don't disagree that we want populations in those areas. And we have received definitions of, a population, but to what goal or to what level? And if the idea is to have delisted statewide population, then I think we would need to put some sort of quantifier as to what those populations are intended to achieve for us. But I think it's a great idea overall, what Trina's saying on that.
Thanks, Jonathan. Cole?
I guess I just was going to clarify. Michelle mentioned the conversation between she and I and Lorents, where I thought we needed delisting to give flexibility to livestock owners and in managing the bear. And that's true. But I want to add that I also, I was using it in the sense that assumed we need recovery. So and so I would add just to what Jonathan said, and with regard to Trina's comments, I don't think it's sufficient either to say that we simply have grizzly bear populations in the recovery areas. I think we need more than that. We need to know that grizzly bears have some long-term resilience, and that is back to why I still think that some reference point, even imperfect as it is, right now we've decided as a society that the grizzly bear is threatened throughout all or a significant portion of its range. And I just think we need we do have this language, again, imperfect, of at some point we get to the stage where the argument is made and holds up in court that the grizzly bear is not threatened in whether we're talking about a population or the entire group of grizzlies in the US. At some point we decide as a society, they're no longer at that threatened stage. And I think if we don't have any way of referring to that point where grizzly bears come back to being managed by state wildlife agencies as the rest of our wildlife are, then I'm not sure what we're doing. I think we need some kind of goal. And I'm not sure, short of recovery, what word we could possibly use that had meaning. So maybe I would end with a question, which is, I recognize Caroline's caution about how loaded those words are, but I guess I would ask, what are our real alternatives? And Caroline, you may have some thoughts about that, or others may.
I do. Thanks, Cole. And I'm not saying to not use the terminology of the ESA, because that is a good starting point for years and years and years of defining what those terms mean. Where I think we get into trouble is the idea that one, we're going to delist these populations separately, because that's one of the main questions that's in front of the court. And just while we can talk about, I didn't have a problem with that as a goal, but that we, in our discussion following this, I think we just need to have a clearer understanding that when we start predicting or saying, when this happens, this will happen, or this will happen, we don't know. And when this happens through the court system is also is very much unknown. This is going to the Ninth Circuit. It may well, who knows, it could go to this. I mean, I'm not going to go on and on into the Supreme Court, but then we'll have the NCDE, then we'll have the other ones. So I just don't want us to tie our thinking or our recommendations, or certainly tie our recommendations moving forward to an idea or a prediction of what will happen with delisting. I think we should have a view of what we think should happen to grizzly bears in Montana, listed or not. And listed certainly now with the idea that one day, you're right, they will, we think at some point there may be a delisted grizzly bear throughout Montana. There might be something else. I guess my whole point is for us to tie them on the legal status and predictions of what that legal status may or may not be might hamstring us in our vision. And that we should be thinking about how Montana is going to manage, live with, and deal with grizzly bears, expanded grizzly bears in more places with more people. We should make sure that our vision isn't time bound or legally bound to this particular point in time, because that will change. And that our thinking should be a step above what may or may not happen as the courts move forward with interpreting the Endangered Species Act, particularly for grizzly bears, because it's going to be very interesting. And I would say the same thing that, administrations change, Congresses change, the ESA will change. We need to be, our vision especially needs to be not linked to any of that. Backing up though, I think with the language, the terminology, the definitions, yeah, if we can say we are using these terms as defined by our biologists, our science, and the law, that does provide some clarity.
Thanks, Caroline. This is a really great conversation. We've got Aaron and Trina, and I'm also aware of approaching the noon hour. I don't want to cut this conversation short, and we do have time after lunch to revisit this, but I want to go ahead with seeing where we can get before we break for lunch. Aaron.
Thank you. I guess I'm sort of in the middle of, Caroline, I'm recognizing what Caroline's saying. I guess the way I read this, one, this is our future vision. This is our vision for the future, right? This is not what we're seeing right now, I guess. And then, so when I read fully recovered, to me, that is our goal, right? We want however you view that, I guess, that can be variable. But recovery is a goal. I don't know that I tie that specific word in this sentence to delisting, because I agree wholeheartedly what recommendations we put forward should be able to operate both inside of listed or outside of listed status. So I guess I just don't read that as, I don't read it that way in this. I do also want to kind of echo Cole's points on, I feel like we need something for people to understand what we're talking about. So I feel like if we just said grizzly bear populations, it would be just too broad. It could mean anything. So I worry a little bit about that. And then when we say in between that facilitates physical connectivity, I would like a little more information maybe from group 2 on what you mean by physical connectivity. Just so you guys know, in our group, we had a little bit of conversation around what does connectivity mean? And for some folks, it may mean just bears moving through, but the reality of that is occupancy, right? So we need occupancy for connectivity to occur. It's not like bears just kind of run through. So just, you know, I don't know that it reads, you know, I don't know that I would change it, but I guess maybe we should include something that says occupancy and connectivity. I just don't know what the physical word, how that kind of came into your guys' discussion.
Thanks, Erin. Jonathan, do you, Cole, anyone from that group want to address that, and then we'll get to Trina's comment?
I could just say that we kind of intentionally left that lie, Erin. I mean, I think we recognize your point, but we felt like actively promoting increased occupancy might be a little much. I think we recognize that, you know, if these populations really are connecting, then bears are going to be residing in the connectivity area. But I think we didn't want to talk too much about, well, how many are residing in the we didn't want to get too much into that. I think the point is we recognize more than anything, I think we're trying to indicate that this is much more than about the grizzly, that it's about the kind of landscape in Western Montana that will not be so filled in with development that it is not literally still the beautiful place we all love. It's not just for grizzly bears, it's for everybody who enjoys the place and for all the wildlife. And it's for the, you know, if that landscape in between is the kind of landscape that facilitates for connectivity, it'll be the kind of landscape that my family can still ranch in. And I think we were trying to get at that, leaving it at that, really honing in on the kind of landscape that it will have if the grizzly bear also has the opportunity to reside in that and inhabit it and connect between the recovery areas. I'm not sure that's helpful, but we're trying to not get too specific about grizzly bear occupancy and mostly talk about the kind of habitat, you know, the kind of transportation infrastructure that we will maintain if the landscape is connected for grizzly bears and everything else.
Thanks, Cole. Jonathan, were you wanting to address that point?
Yeah, I think Cole said that really well. And you know, just to add, it's kind of to allude to the fact that in our vision, we are not, at least what Working Group 2 put out there, was we're not hoping to see isolated island occupation. Like, we want a landscape that makes it capable for bears to be bears. And you know, that's something that a lot of the council members have said, that you know, bears will use a landscape that's suitable to them, and some that are unsuitable to them, but we want to maintain that landscape. And Cole said it really well, we want the kind of Western Montana that bears have the ability to move through, but we don't want to define for the bears what they should or shouldn't do, or the management as to how that, you know, they should accommodate for the natural movements and behaviors of grizzly bears. So we did try to leave that kind of general, with the idea that we like bears moving among and between those recovery areas or zones, however we want to say that.
Thanks. Trina.
Can you scroll back up, please?
Yes.
Okay, so what I've heard is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we are striving for delisting, and in order to have delisting happen, the populations have to be recovered. So as far as our vision, I think our vision doesn't need to encompass listed or delisted if our vision is delisting. So we envision recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones is, it sounds like, saying what our goal actually is. And then I agree with Cole and Jonathan on leaving the other part a little up to the imagination or whatever, because we don't want to do everyone's jobs for them. We just want to guide them a little bit.
So did I understand this, or maybe I'm putting words in your mouth that you didn't intend, that you are okay with saying recovered grizzly populations?
If that's what we're all agreeing, our ultimate goal is, my ultimate goal is to have these populations delisted, and in order to do that, it's probably not going to happen the way that I want it to happen. So if our entire council, except for me, likes the wording of this, then I will concede.
Okay, so I know we're a few minutes after noon, but I feel like we're at a really sort of vital spot. So I'm going to keep us going until we can see if we can reach agreement on this, which I think we're just about there. Lorents, did you want to say something else about this?
Yeah, Aaron had mentioned the word physical, and I wonder if Jonathan or Cole could explain why that, I don't understand what that means. I guess that's changing the subject a little bit, but.
Well, it's getting further clarification, so it's we're good. I heard that to mean natural, right? So natural movement as opposed to transplantation or augmentation.
From my understanding, it was related to the physical landscape, and so an area of connectivity that a bear has the ability to walk across physically, as opposed to artificial movement of bears for genetic purposes or something like that. It's just that ability for a bear to decide to get up and walk north or south or wherever to another ecosystem or zone.
So with the
I
word,
think another way to say it too, I mean, you could, instead of physical, you could simply say a landscape in between that allows the populations to connect without, getting too detailed about, residents. And for me, it means both passability and food sources, habitat.
what about the word natural?
I think that I don't have anything against it, Brett. For me, it's a bit of a squirrely word, just, so I wonder about just as few descriptive words as possible, and just trying to say that we hope that the landscape in between these 4 connectivity areas allows for grizzly bears to connect across it.
So what about, as Aaron said in the chat, just remove physical and just say that facilitates connectivity?
That'd be my recommendation. Darren from Group 2.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I like that too.
Sorry, I think we need to keep physical in there. Well, and I guess that Carolyn will come back and say I'm talking about the law and all that. But I think that's the issue. I mean, can they be fully recovered if there's not physical connectivity between these 4 populations? I think that's really important.
Well, I think the way, if we look at the way that this sentence is structured, where we've got a landscape in between that facilitates connectivity. What I'm hearing folks say is that that physical piece and addresses your concern, Michelle, that descriptor with a landscape in between provides for that.
Yeah, I see that. I guess if we took that away, I would want to say more like promotes rather than facilitates, but
could we say something like landscape in between that supports and facilitates connectivity? I sort of feel like we're saying the same thing there. And I'm okay with physical being in there. The word physical itself just was a little bit confusing. Even though I recognize what it was saying. So I'm kind of a lesser word person sometimes if we can get our point across, but yeah.
Darren, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to comment real quick on Aaron's comment. And although the idea behind supporting in the connectivity zone is important, I think that could imply some very dangerous things. And let me just give an example. Do we remove Butte to promote or support? Support to me means food, shelter, habitat, which may or may not be possible in certain areas of connectivity, but we sure can't back up on human populations and save. So I think support's a tough word for me to get behind. I like promote, I like facilitates. I'm not sure I'd like support just because it could mean a lot of different things. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. So with what I've got here up on the screen at the moment, we envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones located in Montana and a landscape in between that facilitates connectivity. Got promotes in there in parentheses as a possible addition. Is this something that people agree upon at this moment? I see Michelle and Trina's hand raised, but I think that's from before.
It's old.
Mine's new.
Okay, Trina.
Sorry, I was just going to say facilitates means promotes. So I think we could just leave it as facilitates. Facilitating is helping them connect.
I'm not sure promotes needs to be there.
I think it would be fine the way it's written without promotes in there also.
Thanks, Cole. Thanks, Jonathan. Robyn, I see your hand up.
The reason I like adding promotes in there, I think it gets to an issue that Michelle was bringing up, but then also it addresses the issue of not getting too wordy here. So I would like to see facilitate and promotes.
Okay.
But I would just offer that one more thought, which is that I recognize connectivity, just the word is abstract. And so, I mean, as someone who's, from the Blackfoot where, we're smack dab in the middle of connectivity area. And I wonder if saying a landscape in between capable of accommodating grizzly bear presence is a little bit plainer and more to the point. I'll just throw that out.
I would have a harder, I would like to keep the word connectivity in there. So, yeah.
And I think just as a reminder, what can happen, I think making sure that all of you are on the same page of how this is defined is vital. And then making sure that that is conveyed in the report is vital. So I don't think that having it as spelled out necessarily in the vision statement up front, if you're looking to be concise, is as important as making sure that it's explained in the report, if that makes sense.
I think that's right, Heather. It's Caroline. Sorry, I was going to say the same thing. I think that it's a good term and that it does have clear meaning and it is what we intend. And yeah, we can get more precise about it later when we get into the depths of the recommendations, but I think connectivity is a good word.
Robyn and Jonathan, are your hands from before? I think Robyn's is from before, or are they new?
Mine was new, and just to jump in on some of that word choice there, I think facilitates, like, let me see, like Trina shared, just to make an action or process easier than it may have been otherwise. And, I think of you and Sean's work with the council here, and you're providing an environment where the subject can be successful in their task. And I think facilitate in that sense makes a very good use of that word for grizzly bears, where we're not actively promoting this thing. We're not encouraging it. We're just making something, if they so choose to use a landscape, we can have actions that make that easier for them to do it. I think it's a lot more passive than promotes, which I do think is probably why some of us might want that in there. But like Darren said, I think that can be tricky if we're pushing something rather than just saying, if this is happening, we'll support it as best we can. So I'm all for the facilitating connectivity. I think that's a fairly broad statement that we can make that's good for grizzly bears and humans in that sense.
So since it's quiet for a second, I'll just jump in instead of raising my hand. So Aaron wrote that in the chat, what you just typed there, Heather. And the only issue I have with that is that grizzly bear presence makes it sound like grizzly bears are actually going to set up residency in those connectivity areas instead of just passing through. And maybe that is the goal. Aaron, could you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess just thinking about it biologically, I mean, a grizzly bear is not just going to like run through a landscape and breed and then run out. I mean, I just think about it as like bears are going to have to live there. So, I mean, I was thinking it just that it makes it a little more clear to the public, because I don't think connectivity is going to come with just bears running through. I think it's going to come with bears that live in these places, and that needs to be supported by X, Y, and Z throughout our recommendations, however that looks. But that's my explanation of it.
And can I add to that? And I would say that as long as they're well managed and that they're if they're getting into trouble, that is addressed. But if they're not getting into trouble, they're also allowed to be there, then that shouldn't be a problem. That's what is going to I don't see how we don't allow that to happen. That, as they say, they're not going to just be running through, they're going to be looking for places to reside, and that's what we need to manage.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. This is Sean's jumping in here. Just got a note from Heather that her computer shut off on her, so she's trying to get back on. I kind of reading in between the lines of what Aaron and Caroline are saying, I think part of that is embedded in that understanding of what facilitates mean. It's in the way that I heard Jonathan talk about it a few minutes ago, that if that landscape in between facilitates connectivity, it facilitates bears on that landscape, probably in multiple ways. And to a conversation that was happening earlier, I think what we want to do is get enough agreement around this vision statement right now that we have that shared understanding, and then how we manage bears in those connectivity areas is another part of the conversation that's going to be informed by your toolbox and by resources and all those things that we've been bringing up as well. Heather, you're back.
My computer decided to restart in the middle of that, so really sorry about that.
Yeah, I wanted to pipe in real quick. I don't know who's in line.
Go ahead, Michelle. I'm going to turn this back over to Heather. Heather, we were just following up a conversation around what it means to have a presence on the landscape and what that might mean. But I think there is a question about the specific language on where we landed, and Michelle wanted to speak to that point too. So Michelle, do you want to?
I just wanted to say, instead of using that twice, can we say and facilitates in the sentence? That accommodate grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. That twice is getting to me, sorry.
Yeah, let me do
you can't see the screen now.
Yeah,
again.
do you have it in front of you, Heather?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we may not need that, I guess. I don't know. I just.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to go, and I could be happy with it as that. I'm not using promotes, but using facilitates, but accommodates landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity, because those landscapes in between, whether they take up residence there or not, has to accommodate and have conflict measures in place and have sanitation measures in place and have consistent food storage in place. That's accommodating that presence and that and facilitating connectivity. I mean, it works for me now.
Okay. Okay, so what I will do, I've got it up here on the screen. We envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones located in Montana and a landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. Given that I think, based on the conversation that we've been having, that there is, I think, agreement, what I will ask is there anyone that has issue or wants any of these words changed? Otherwise, I'm going to go with everyone that there is consensus on this first sentence of the vision statement. Awesome. I think we have consensus on the first sentence of the vision statement. What I'm going to do now is stop sharing the screen so that I can see everyone. This was an amazing, amazing conversation. I think this is the kind of conversation that you all have been working towards since October. I don't think we could have had it any sooner than we had it now. This is really a reflection on the development of relationship and respect that you all have for each other. All of the hard work that you've been doing over the last several months in your working groups as well, in terms of really digging deep and looking at the meaning of these words and how you're articulating this, how you're thinking about it, how you're taking in your own perspectives and your own experience, as well as really wanting to incorporate those that you're hearing from each other and from the public. So a huge congratulations to all of you for getting through this sentence. I think that that's really going to pave the way forward in the afternoon as we go through the other sentences, as this one really encapsulates what you've been trying to do all of these months. So thank you for your hard work and really your patience in digging into this word by word. We're at 12:25 now. What I'm going to suggest is that we take a 45-minute lunch, and so we come back at 1:15. So it's like a 50-minute lunch. So we come back at 1:15 and we get into sentence number 2. So thank you all very much. Charlie, are you going to leave this streaming, or and people just mute and close their video, or do you want folks to sign back on?
I'll just leave it streaming.
Okay, great. All right, we'll see you guys at 1:15. Thank you very, very much for this great conversation.
Thanks.
We're good, huh? You guys had a good lunch. Thanks for turning your video on to let me know that you're back. Thanks for coming back within the 45 minutes. Sorry, Aaron, it wasn't an hour.
Who has cookies?
It's all good. I ate my cookies. I had 2.
We don't have any in our house right now.
Oh.
I had 2 cookies too, Aaron. Yeah, cookies, blondies, brownies, you name it.
I took Charlie up on the extra coffee. I'm ready to go.
I had cookies and milk, so.
And milk. Nice.
I think I'd want a nap after that though, Brett.
That's why I skipped the sugar.
I was thinking of a nap myself. Yes, absolutely. I was like, can we
This
just go
conversation
another,
is
like,
so riveting
15
though,
minutes?
right?
What's that?
This conversation is so riveting. There's no even like thought for sleep.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, I just took a nap on our break, and that's why I'm eating lunch right now.
Nice.
I mean, I love that you're so ready for kindergarten. You know, it's recess, nap, lunch. It's all good.
And then I spilt on myself when I was making lunch. Instead, so you have the luxury of being home. You all get my wardrobe change.
Michelle, I hope you got time for a walk, got some air outside. You're on mute. We didn't hear you.
Unmute. Yes, a little bit of time outside, but mostly on the phone with Ohio, but that's okay. Got some things done, so it's all right.
Thanks for hanging in there. Well, thanks everyone for coming back. Really just super, just sincerely impressed and honored to be working with all of you. Really impressed with the work that you just did. I think that getting through this first sentence was just sets the stage for the conversation and moving forward, and really reflects just how much work you have all done in getting to know each other and developing relationships. It's reflective of the conversations that you've been having as a large group and as small groups and individually amongst each other. Really appreciate how you're digging deep into wanting to set the tone for representing Montana and showing leadership in being able to have these really challenging conversations and drilling into what these words mean, what these phrases mean, and what you envision for Montana moving forward, and how you can maintain the culture and vision of Montana that you guys really started talking about from meeting number 1, and even in your discussions when Sean and I were first introduced to you one-on-one back in August. So all of that is reflective in the conversation that you just had. So thank you for sticking with it and really digging deep and trying to understand each other and appreciate each other's perspectives, and finding a way to wordsmith it so that it incorporates people's feedback and remains true to each of you and what you stand for and who you're really attempting to represent at the same time, in addition to yourselves. It's not an easy task for sure. I do want to check in, with you all about how that process went. And if you're okay with continuing to go line by line. My sense is that was probably the most important sentence and the hardest sentence. I don't necessarily envision each sentence taking 2 hours. And if it does, it does. This is really important. But I think the work that you just did was probably the most time consuming. But again, not going to jump ahead and make any assumptions or any promises. But want to just check in around how this is feeling to you in terms of process, and if there I guess to make this a little bit easier via video, are there any concerns or adaptations you'd like to make in terms of going through the rest of the vision statement? Caroline.
Heather, yeah, I think this is as good as we can do, given our structure. I do want to make sure that everybody is weighing in that wants to, or that has that. It's hard, I think, to get everybody's voices included with this system. So if there's some way we could just kind of, I think the chat helps and the responses help. And there can be a time lag so that comments come maybe 3 comments after they were most pertinent. But I'm not sure how to get around that part of it. But if we can maybe just do a round robin check-in at the end, kind of like we did, but yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Caroline. Darren?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to, Caroline and I are on the same wavelength here, I think, is, you know, some people don't process as fast as some of these other people do. And I think it's a good understanding that this is not the final. Everybody can take it home and digest overnight and maybe revisit some of that wording too. But we have to, I think, I appreciate Caroline saying it too, is that we need to understand how people think and they process that work is really important that we recognize that. The other comment I had is, did Dylan have any public comment about how that process went? I'd be curious to hear if anybody had any feedback on it before we jumped into the next set.
In terms of feedback on the process? Okay. Brett?
I think I liked what we were doing, and I think I want to continue. I'd really like to get through this entire vision statement today if we could, and I think that sets the stage for the future.
Thanks, Brett. I was also thinking about wanting to make sure that we're hearing from everyone, and certainly appreciate what you're saying, Darren, about not everyone processes at the same rate. And certainly there is a lot to process here. There was a lot in that discussion this morning. We will have an opportunity on Wednesday to go back through the vision to make sure that we are on the same page. And once we've had the World Cafes and smaller group discussions tomorrow, to come back and revisit this to see if any edits or tweaks need to be made. So you're right, this is still a work in progress, but wanting to get as close as we can for now in terms of really understanding the words that are in here, the meaning, the intent, what you do envision, that really does help set the stage for the conversation tomorrow. So that's why we are spending so much time on really trying to get through the complete vision statement today and really have this cohesive sense and clarity around what your vision is and where the focus needs to be for the report. I think as Cole and Jonathan and Heath said earlier, and you, Darren, around this does set the stage for the future and the work of what will be articulated as recommendations and the detail. What I will do, what do I want to do first? Dylan, are you here?
Yes.
Has the public made any comments about process? Have they raised any concerns about being able to follow the process? We'll get to kind of hearing their thoughts about content later this afternoon. But in terms of process, has anything come in, any flags?
Just some comments and suggestions along the lines of the discussion, but as far as process, there was just one point that it's a little difficult to track the vision statement as it's being scrolled around and changed. But I don't know how we're going to avoid that. You know, that's kind of just the nature of the Zoom meeting. So no, otherwise just some input, and council members can get in there and look to see some of the initial thoughts, but nothing else really.
Okay, we'll come back to you for a summary of public comment thoughts around content. A reminder to the public is that the vision statement, the complete vision statement that we're working off of is on the agenda. So if you go back to the FWP website, you can find the agenda on that site, and it would be probably helpful for you to have the full statement in front of you. And in moving forward, what I'll do is take the previous sentences as we're working through the vision so that I can have as much of it on the screen as possible. So I can appreciate that it might be a little bit difficult to track, but as a reminder, everyone should have access to the complete vision statement from today's agenda. And to kind of go back to Caroline and what Caroline and Darren were saying, just wanting to check in, and really what I might do here, and I'm gonna just go in alphabetical order because it will be the easiest and fastest in terms of how it is on my screen. You can give a thumbs up in terms of just wanting to go back and make sure that we're on the same page for that first sentence. So you can give a thumbs up if you're good with the way that it is, or comment if you've still got concerns about it, because I do want to make sure that we've heard from everyone. So that means I probably should got a thumbs up from Chad. So that I can see it, I'm not going to put it on my screen right now. I'm going to look to each of you. I'll read it again. We envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones located in Montana and a landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. Annie, thumbs up. Brett?
How do you do a thumbs up?
Yeah. Well, you can either give me a video thumbs up, or you can do under the reactions. It gives you a thumbs up or a clap. So Annie gave a thumbs up. Brett gave a thumbs up. Caroline gave a thumbs up. Chad, I saw, gave a thumbs up. Chuck.
I have to be really honest. I really worry about these landscapes in between. And it took more time during lunch for me to think about that. As you've noticed, I despise litigation, and I had to experience that my whole career. And I can tell you, as sure as we're all sitting here, that these travel corridors and linkage travel corridors are going to lead to litigation. I think we just need to tread lightly. I mean, I'm a thumbs up. I want to be a team player, but I am really scared of that. Just that's in full disclosure.
Thanks, Chuck.
Reactions?
What's that?
I was looking where you go. Reactions, I found it.
Okay, thumbs up.
I'm scared of that big time.
I appreciate you taking the time over lunch to give it more thought and to really reflect on what it means, and perhaps, and I don't want to lose that. I appreciate sort of the consensus building around this, and I'm wondering if you can give some more thought to this in our conversations moving forward around how that might be addressed in some of the recommendations. How does that sound? Because I really don't want to lose that piece. I respect that wholeheartedly, and I imagine you're not alone in that.
I appreciate that. That's okay. I just had one other thing I thought of. Michelle, you were talking about the Selkirks. Just so you have in your mind, back when we was part of setting all those ecosystems up, they don't quite touch. So the Cabinet Yaak actually goes into Idaho and the Cabinet part to the west. And then the broad Kootenai Valley, as it flows north, divides that Selkirk ecosystem from the Cabinet Yaak. Bears do cross that valley, not as much as they do to the south. That's why you see most of those Selkirk bears going in a north-south fashion. Most of the studies from BC, and then 2 of the bears that have traveled real south go that way. I would be really careful again putting our Montana stigma I wouldn't call it that we're leading the pack type thing. I'd be very careful there. Just a word of caution.
Thanks, Chuck. Cole?
I don't think I have any more to add at this time. Other things.
Thanks. Darren? No?
Nothing to add. Good.
Thanks. Aaron? Thumbs up. Greg? Thumbs up. Heath? Thumbs up. Jonathan? Thumbs up. Cameron?
Sorry, trying to navigate around here. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add to this at this point either.
Thanks, Cameron. Lawrence?
Oh, yeah, I gave my thumbs up a while ago. I guess you didn't see it. This sentence, the first sentence talks about connectivity, so does the next sentence. And I don't know if you're ready to move to that one yet, but
Almost. Almost. I'm just wanting to make sure I've given everyone a chance to weigh in on the first one, and then we'll get there. Michelle?
Yeah, I didn't know if you saw my hand. I just quickly went into the public comments, and there were some comments on the wording of the vision draft, just so people are aware. One of them thought that we should be talking about both genetic and demographic connectivity, because the genetics is pretty important. And then another person suggested adding to facilitate connectivity and coexistence, so to put the human factor back into it.
Thanks, Michelle. So with you bringing up those public comments, are you, where are you with where the council has landed at this point with how the vision first sentence statement reads?
Well, I'd like to know what other people think about those additions or those thoughts. And because this is the public chiming in, and can we address these later on in the vision statement, or are they best, adding coexistence kind of is a nice way to add that, but genetic and demographic might need to come in later, and we talk about connectivity in the next sentence, but I think we need to address what the public thinks as well.
So my recommendation around that is that we have the discussion as the council in this piece of time. This afternoon, Dylan can summarize the comments from the public, and we can find a way to stick those in as notes, and then we can either address those this afternoon, or we can address those on Wednesday when we take another look at the vision. I think you're right. It's really important to hear what the public has to say and how that might help continue to refine and edit. My concern is doing that in real time, given that first sentence took 2 hours just with the 18 of you, that it will make it that much harder to get through the council getting through this vision statement this afternoon. I'm open to hearing from you if you'd prefer to do it a different way, but that would be my recommendation at this point.
And I think that would be all right. I just think that as we're moving through the process, it's nice to have those inputs so they're in context.
Thanks, Michelle. I want to get through this list. We've got Robyn and then Trina in terms of what you guys came up with right before lunch. Thumbs up from Robyn. Trina?
Yeah, I'm going to give a thumbs up as well. I just wanted to echo Chuck's concerns, but I think we're going to address that as we keep going. So I think we're on the right track.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Really nice to hear each of you weigh in on this first sentence. What I will do now is we'll go to the second sentence and I'll share my screen. And again, what I've done here is I've taken the first sentence and put it in bold. And then the second sentence is, meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies may continue to expand outside of the connectivity area. Would you like to address this sentence as it follows the first sentence? Any thoughts, comments?
Heather, I'm just going to make a comment that we change may to will because they're already expanding outside of these areas.
Okay. I, at the moment, sorry folks, am not seeing hands. So I'm trying to find that. Here we go.
We've got Aaron Edge, Robyn King, and then Lorents and Caroline.
Thanks. I don't know why I can't see that right now. Okay, Aaron.
I guess number one, I guess I have a question on why I know we're going sentence by sentence, but this one to me makes more sense to connect the two, the next one to this one. I feel like it's its own thing sort of, but maybe not. But the other thing is here, I would suggest, I'm not sure about the may and will yet, but the expansion's occurring outside of connectivity areas. So do we say we recognize that grizzlies may or will continue to expand outside of recovery areas and the connectivity areas or something? I just feel like when we just say the connectivity areas, that's specific and we're seeing expansion in other places maybe. I don't know. Just a thought.
I wondered the same thing, Aaron, that sentence, the next sentence, and the following sentence. I mean, really talk about the expansion piece. So if it's more helpful to talk about these next three sentences, we can do that as well. Really, whatever makes the most sense for you guys. Robyn.
I continued to have to, I was trying to get a sense about why we needed to use the word meanwhile, which meant that I needed to read the next two sentences that went with this. And I would still, excuse me for in advance for being nitpicky, but do we need that word meanwhile?
Okay, Lorents.
I struggle too with the whole connectivity issue, and now we're saying connectivity area, and in the we talked about connectivity corridors, connectivity zones, linkage zones, all a bunch of different ways of saying kind of the same thing, I think. But in our group, we talked about this some, and Aaron mentioned a little bit about it earlier, but when I first started learning about the connectivity zones or connectivity corridors, I was thinking in terms of the maps that Cecily had several meetings ago, that the modeling sort of showed corridors or zones, something like that. But in reality, and I think this is something we've just got to come to grips with and figure it out. In reality, I think Aaron is right. The bears are not just going to go from one area to the next, from one recovery zone to the next. I mean, they don't even know where the recovery zones are, you know, they're just wandering. But I think that they will go out and they'll wander, and some of them will take up residence here and there and all over the connectivity area. It's not even, it doesn't say connectivity areas, it says connectivity area. And if you look at the whole map of Western Montana with the 4 recovery zones in it, it looks to me like the connectivity area is the entire area between the 4 zones, and that we're not really talking about a zone. We're talking about, and we're not talking temporary. In a few places in the recommendations, it's worded as, it's called colonization. And I think really that's the way that we're talking about this connectivity issue. We really are talking about colonization of a huge part, if not most or all, of the connectivity area. And we haven't really framed it that way before, but I think that that's what we're talking about. And I'd like to get some response or reaction or whatever to that.
I wonder, and I'm just having a thought. Well, there are a couple of things happening. One is based on sort of the question on this, and Lorents, really specifically to your question, is I wonder if there's an opportunity to say we realize that grizzly populations will expand, and then it goes into those next 2 sentences. So that's a thought. But I wonder if Jonathan, Cole, Darren, your hand is raised. Someone from group 2 wants to provide some context for this sentence. Darren, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at this. This is just a connector into the next sentences. And maybe connectivity was a poor, or not necessarily the best join, because it's expanding everywhere. I think everybody said that we've had comments on expanding, but so it's an expanding population outside the recovery zones, throughout connectivity areas. To get to the next sentence, it talks about this expansion and could be limited by relation to available resources. I think that was just a transition, more of a, you know, so I think we need to take ideas, maybe not sentences. I mean, I appreciate going sentence by sentence, but I think this one is more of an idea. These 3 sentences kind of run together, and correct me, Cole or Jonathan, but that's how I read and how I interpret it when we worked through this.
I think that's a great explanation, and also kind of a nod to the, you know, we're saying that we want to have these recovered populations, and also recognize that doesn't come without some sort of responsibility on our end. There's considerations that come with that, and we don't want it to feel that we're not recognizing those as we go into some of the details of what that might look like.
So as Chad suggested in the chat box, I wonder if we strike through this second sentence and and start off the next sentence with saying, as grizzly populations expand.
That was my intent, Heather.
Anyone disagree with that?
But I do want to point out, we just made it through one whole sentence in like 10 minutes. So we are
Awesome. Good job, everyone. So in moving forward in looking at as grizzly populations expand, Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will be limited in relation to available resources for management, education, infrastructure, and capacity for supporting ranchers and farmers in prevention, timely conflict response, and mitigation. I heard some folks saying we should take this next sentence into consideration as well. All those living or visiting in or near the connectivity area should expect to be impacted by the potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources to help address these impacts in a timely manner. Do people want to take those together or separately? Jonathan, see your hand raised. Oh, that's from earlier. Aaron.
Are we commenting just on together or separate, or can I start working into some of the material?
Go for it. Whatever makes sense for you.
I think we could work on these together. I would be fine with that. I guess I'd like to start with the first one. As grizzly bear populations expand, Montana's capacity. I feel like we should also push this a little bit and say Montana's capacity should strive to accommodate, but will also be limited, or recognize the limitations somehow. But I also feel like we should be striving to accommodate some of this so that there shows some future effort for more, that we are trying to look at a broader reach for outreach education, bear managers, those kinds of things that we've talked about lower down in our recommendations. So something about that there. Yeah, and still recognizing that there will be limitations. I'm not exactly sure how to say that. And then I guess going down to all those living, I guess I'm the way I read this, it feels fairly negative. And I'm not saying that there aren't things like that. I'm wondering if we aren't, one, we're limiting this sentence to connectivity area. So I think we should think about that and kind of make that in conjunction with how we edited the sentence above. So all those living, visiting Montana, or I don't know how we want to define it. We should define it smaller than Montana, I guess, but should expect the potential presence of grizzly bears. And Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks actually says this in some of their papers, and I can't remember how you guys phrase it. In like the hunting in grizzly bear country brochure, is it Western Montana? Or I don't remember how you guys phrase it, but we could look at that for some idea. Those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Aaron. Other thoughts?
Oh, sorry. I think it should be, I think there's a way to define it better than Montana. I think we could get a little more precise there. I just need to look up that language.
Aaron, I think it's just bear country.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could say that too.
That's what we use when we teach hunter safety. It's bear country. It's not site specific because all of Montana is bear country.
Darren.
Yeah, I like Montana. Not necessarily bear country. Would we have thought that the rest area in Shelby and right underneath the water tower, we'd be hazing back a large male grizzly? If we're looking future and we're looking how this expansion take place. I think we should, that everywhere in Montana is going to be impacted. And I think we need, I think that's fine. I like that. If we limit it to just bear country, I'm not so sure we're thinking forward.
Other folks in working group 2, is there any more context that you want to put around these two statements? Cole.
Yeah, I was going to respond to Aaron. Aaron, when you say Montana's capacity, and then you suggested adding should strive. This is as a piece of the vision. I think when you add should strive, that becomes more of a recommendation. And at least the way group 2 intended this, or the way I thought we intended it, was more as a sort of a principle of how much is too much. And we have limited capacity to manage where grizzly bears expand and how many there are overall currently, but we're looking out into the future and we're trying to find some sort of, what is the metric for how much is too much, and so it was meant to be sort of a feedback loop that Montana will sort of will look to its resources, to how much we have prepared a landscape, how much we've invested in showing up, and we'll think about that as we think about, how liberal to be with management. Because I think it's a little too passive to just say we'll try to strive to accommodate expansion wherever it happens.
I guess I don't agree on some things, and then I guess I kind of do agree with that. What I'm meaning by this is we are recognizing where we're at now and trying to accommodate that. And I feel like that needs to continue into the future on some level, whether that's continuing to be creative about funding sources or continuing to push for bear managers where needed. Those are future things that I feel like still will need to have to be addressed after we're done. And so I feel like the way it was said read to me like there are limitations, and that's where we're going to stop. And those limitations are kind of here and now. So that's just how it read to me. So that's why I felt like there needed to be a little more of a future projection in that effort would continue.
I guess a suggestion I would make, Aaron, is, in the recommendations portion of our little working document, kind of our first recommendation is that existing resources are not adequate. And so we very much set out to say, we need to stretch beyond where we are now. And I guess just because this is a vision and because it's kind of trying to guide whatever future decisions, if we always have just should strive to accommodate expansion in the vision statement, I just feel like it doesn't give us any place to talk about limits. So, yeah. I'm beating a dead horse maybe there, and I'll let somebody else weigh in.
Robyn. Got Robyn, Michelle, Chad, Darren, Trina, Jonathan.
Yeah, I had already jumped ahead, but so I will now stay with this conversation. Let's see. So I wonder, and I'm not sure if I'm understanding Cole correctly, would it be better if we said Montana's capacity will strive to accommodate this expansion and recognize there will be limited in relation to available resources? Does that better address what you're talking about, Cole, or did I miss your mark there? Replace the word should with will.
I guess that seems the same to me, Robyn.
What I'm really hearing is that in the version that Working Group 2 had with Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion is really about the future. And so the vision is about the future. And so there is that striving implied that, Montana will be accommodating this expansion, right? So in order for Montana to accommodate, there is also this recognition. And so I don't know if other words or should go in here, will be limited in relation to. And so that's where that vision gets in the future is addressing. I see a nod from Jonathan. Did you want to say more about the wording of that, Jonathan?
Yeah, just like more of the context aspect, when we looked at the vision, it's the picture of what's to come. And so we're not trying to describe how hard Montanans are striving. We're trying to say that there will be limited resources. And so that is what the point of that statement, even so the first sentence is saying we're gonna have these recovered populations that are expanding beyond the zones they are now, and we're going to be limited in resources to deal with that. So that's what those statements to me are saying, and it doesn't have anything to do with what we should or shouldn't do. It's just kind of an objective statement of the future.
Thanks. Michelle.
I see what everyone's saying. I understand Cole wanting to show that there are going to be limitations. I get that. When I first read this, I was concerned that it would be interpreted as once the resources dry up, we'll stop accommodating the expansion. And I would hate to have people that would like to derail any sort of expansions to full recovery to say, well, if we dry up the resources, then do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it could be interpreted and in detriment to the bear and the people that live with bears. So I think it can be worded better. I definitely get what you're saying, that resources are the most important thing here, that we need to be able to help people live with grizzly bears on the landscape. And the Montana Constitution actually says that wildlife are a part of the land. It's what we live here for. It's a part of us. But that doesn't mean it's easy. And I guess I lean towards where Aaron's coming from, that I'd like it to be a little more positive, but I do recognize that we have to keep humping for these resources because we need to support the people that live with grizzlies.
Looking at these two sentences, are we actually contradicting ourselves? We're saying that we're going to be limited in available resources for management, education, blah, blah, blah. And then in the next sentence, we're saying everybody living or visiting Montana should have access to education and resources. I don't, just reading through this, it doesn't really flow for me just because of the fact that it seems like we're contradicting what we're trying to say in the top sentence with what we're saying in the bottom sentence. And I completely agree with Cole about what they were trying to do, that there are going to be limitations, and we need to spell that out. But again, we're saying there's limitations, but in the bottom we're saying everybody should be able to access everything that we're limited in providing.
Darren.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to the fact that I don't read this as a negative. It's just a simple fact that we need to generate more funds, that social tolerance, or however we end up wording that, or expansion is going to take money. And if you look at the recommendations down below, we focus very heavily on saying we have to come up with alternative ideas, we have to think. But I think you have to realize that the legislature is just not going to open a checkbook. There's got to be alternatives, and we have to recognize that money is going to drive everything that goes along with this in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's all the statement really is. And then to go on is we're challenging them to find money by saying we should have access or there's a way to do this. So I think it's all taken as a whole, is that here's our limitation. We need to find more money, and it's not just in this current sense. So I kind of see that, but I think you can't always be the positive side of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that this is going to be driven by money. We've said that since day one, and that's how I interpret it. So
Thanks. Trina.
Yeah, I'm just going to ditto that. The way that the first paragraph reads is that we're realizing that we are limited and we will be limited, but we should try to do our very best and continue to move towards that. So I think we should take out all the blue in the first paragraph and just leave it the way that they wrote it. And then, yeah, same with the second paragraph. So, and a question, Montana's in blue, but what did it say before? In the second paragraph.
I put in parentheses, remove or near the connectivity area.
Oh, so it already said Montana.
No, it didn't. It didn't say Montana. It just said living or visiting in or near the connectivity area.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So the suggestion was to remove that part, but I kept it in parentheses so we didn't lose it for that reason. Yeah. Caroline.
So it comes from following on a lot of people who kind of said the same thing, but I followed you, Trina, and then I didn't. But let me see. I'll just say what I was trying to say. This is our vision. And rather than as a statement of limits, I would rather have us be talking about what we envision as the council. And we envision having more resources and Montana being able to meet the challenges, the management challenges, the overall challenges of an expanding grizzly bear population. So all of our discussion around this, and going back to if we're having this discussion and lack of clarity around what this means, let's make it really clear. And let's talk about what our vision is moving forward, rather than a statement of what potentially the reality is right now that we're up against, but that's not our vision. So I'm agreeing with the folks who would rather see it in a more positive, visionary, aspirational sense, rather than a statement of, yeah, right now we're limited in our resources. I don't know what a statement of the of what that statement serves us in presenting a vision of our work.
Thanks, Caroline. And I appreciate you giving an alternative. And so trying to capture that as well. And so feedback on these along with alternatives would be really helpful. Robyn? That was from
Yeah,
before.
so Caroline pretty much captured what I was about to say, is that I needed a clarification about what we were looking at in this vision statement. So you look ahead, we say, you look above there, and we say we envision fully recovered grizzly bear populations. And it seems like that would be the tone that we would want to set with the rest of this. Because it seems like our recommendations get to that limitation. We all know we are limited in the resources that we have to meet these goals and objectives. But since we've read through the recommendations, it's going to get to that. So it seems, as Chad was saying, it seems a little bit contradictory. And then I think Caroline was starting to capture the essence or intent that maybe we're trying to get at this sentence.
Jonathan.
I put my hand up and down like 4 times. I was trying to decide what I thought about it, but you know, I think that contradiction is what allows the recommendations to occur. It says that there's a situation that's going to be complicated, and that allows us to make recommendations to ease that contradiction. So if, for example, and I'm having a hard time finding the original text here, but if they continue to expand and our ability is limited, yet we need to have resources available to everyone, that sets the stage for us to make a recommendation that we need to diversify and increase overall funding towards grizzly bears, because we've stated that there's a need for that, and there will continue to be a need for that into the future. And as far as, so those are my thoughts on the contradiction. I do get that, but I feel like it guides us into making recommendations that will help to act within that, and also adds a recognition that there'll be increased conflicts and increased for action as grizzly bears expand and humans expand, because we have conflicts and needs for action now with limited human and grizzly bear populations. So, you know, in our vision, it's to recognize that more bears and more people doesn't mean less problems, and that we need to be aware that we'll need to have the resources available for that. So those are just 2 of my thoughts, but really I'm getting some great lines of thought here and really appreciate that from everyone.
Thanks, Jonathan. And I wonder if, certainly in a vision statement, you can then articulate some rationale behind it. And so I wonder if, building upon Caroline's thought, the way that she has articulated many of your thoughts that I've got here in blue, and then to go to Jonathan's point in terms of just fleshing that out, in terms of providing the rationale and setting context for what the recommendations will be, provides a bit more clarity. But I'll go to Erin next.
Yeah, thanks everybody for the conversation. So I like this. We envision Montana being able to meet the challenges of an expanding grizzly bear population, almost coupled with the sentence below it. It sort of does say opposite things in some ways, but it's not really. I think if we combined that with, and we recognize there will be limitations, if we want to get further into that, or however we want to frame it. But I think it makes sense to say, you know, this is what we envision future. Like, we do envision a future where there is, we are trying to meet the needs of an expanding grizzly bear population, but there will also be limitations. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I like the idea of recognizing, trying to meet the challenges as well, I guess.
Hey, Erin, can I jump in and say, can somebody let Annie know her mic is open, and just so she knows, please?
Thanks, Darren. I think you just did. Awesome. Michelle.
I have a suggestion, and you folks can throw it. I threw it onto the side. No one answered, so I guess you're not for it. But I thought if we moved all those living or visiting Montana, living in or visiting Montana, should expect to be impacted by the potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources to help address these impacts in a timely manner. If that were next, that, okay, anyone that's in Montana is going to expect to be impacted somehow, positive, negative, whatever, they should know that, and that they should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources. And then we say, it will be a challenge or to increase Montana's capacity to make these things available. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we're saying the same thing, but we're trying to say, okay, if you're in Montana, everyone here in Montana is gonna be impacted by grizzly bears, or could be. How, and they should have access. Okay, Montana's capacity to accommodate and provide that access is going to be a challenge, and we need to work to meet those challenges or something like that.
Thanks, Michelle. I saw your chat and I didn't understand it, so I appreciate you providing clarification to it.
I was trying to be fast.
So I reversed the order just so that people can see what that might look like.
And I would put it after facilitates connectivity. We just talked about landscape in between. I would put it before we envision.
So you're suggesting that that be the first sentence of the vision statement? You're on mute.
No, so we envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones located in Montana and a landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. We've just said grizzly bears are going to be on the landscape. All of those living in or visiting Montana should expect to be impacted by the potential presence of grizzly bears because they're out there on the landscape. We've just set that up. And should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources to help address these impacts in a timely manner. I mean, that's timely conflict response, which we say in that next sentence, you know, so that's what we envision happening, that these people are going to have access to adequate education, assistance, and resources. Then to talk about this will be, or you could even say this would be a challenge. Or I hate to say we envision twice, but it could be, you know, after that somehow about Montana must increase capacity to meet these challenges. There will be limits, or we need to keep going for those resources, but I just think it makes more sense to talk about how people are going to be impacted and they should have access. That's our positive, that's our vision. They're going to have access to these things.
Jonathan.
I really like where Michelle's going on that, and was thinking all those living, you know, our recommendations farther down, if we're trying to say like, this is what it will look like with our recommendations, with Montana's efforts, I think what we're talking about is, you know, increased education, partnerships, diversification of funding will increase our capacity, or, you know, state what those things are that we're looking our recommendations to produce that will make it so that's a successful challenge rather than just a looming negative, you know, clash that we're coming up to. So as far as that wording, I would try to throw some of those things. What is it about Montana that makes us capable of meeting that challenge? And then state that out there as these are the things that will let us overcome these limitations that are implied here.
So do you have some suggestions for wordsmithing here?
I think, you know, things looking down or just thinking back to some of our past conversations or at the some of the recommendations, I think a diversification of funding, greater partnerships with, you know, watershed groups or NGOs, whatever we want to say in there, the maintenance of rural livelihoods and, you know, things like that, all these aspects that we talk about as being kind of what those attributes that have allowed us to maintain populations up to this point. no doubt will continue to play a role in maintaining populations into the future if we better coordinate the efforts and work together in that way.
Aaron.
I like, Jonathan, where you're going with that. I'm wondering if, for sake of trying to list our recommendations in like a smaller format, if that envisioning Montana being able to meet the challenges, if that sentence kind of encompasses that in this vision statement, or if we actually do need to go into some sort of list of that. I also wonder if we couldn't say something like I don't know that we need this whole statement about limitations, but I do recognize that acknowledging limitations is not necessarily a bad thing, and I think it's a realistic thing, and I think it shows that we are thinking about this is not necessarily going to be easy. So I don't necessarily think we should lose that. But I do think we can roll it into a recognition that we do believe that Montana can meet some of these challenges, that we are able to address and look at those critically and find ways to get there, I guess.
Robyn.
I wonder, again, thinking about how these all these sentences build on each other, I wonder if we changed this statement a little bit. All those living in or visiting Montana, in goes after living. So all those living in or visiting Montana should expect to be, excuse me, all those living in or visiting Montana should expect potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access, and then just continue the sentence. I wonder if that would help us get to what it is that our vision is, and still realizing that limitation. I don't know if that was helpful or not.
I didn't quite catch that, honestly. It sounded like you were repeating that top sentence.
Right, okay, so I was suggesting that we delete should expect to be impacted and just say should expect the potential presence of grizzly bears. Thank you.
Cole.
I was going to say that I like the moving of this, all those living or visiting in Montana, to this to be the second piece. So we agreed on the first part before lunch, right? That first sentence. I like the moving of the second 3-line piece where we moved it. But just as the first sentence starts off on a real positive note that sets a strong goal of these 4 recovered population and a connected landscape in between, I really still feel that limitations need to be part of the vision, not because we're trying to sort of limit success, but because the landscape limits population growth. I'm not necessarily talking about what we allocate in budget. I think we need to acknowledge that we've continually said that there's more people and more bears, at least that's the current trend, but that actually can't continue. And I think we need to recognize that. And there's a sense here, I'm not wordsmithing yet, but there's this sense that just however large, beyond the goal we set at the beginning, however large the population might expand, we'll just keep trying to accommodate it. And I think we need to do something other than that. I think that's not adequate. I think we ought to recognize somewhere here that at a certain point we can control expansion. And at a certain point we may not be able or even want to allocate more and more resources to expansion, given that there are many needs in the state, not just grizzly bears. I'm not sure how to place that in, but I still think it does belong in a third sentence or two.
Thanks, Cole. Darren.
Yeah, I'm appreciating the rearrangement of the order, like Cole was saying. And I actually, Caroline's comment is growing a little on me in that we envision Montana being able to meet the challenges of an expanding grizzly bear population. However, Montana's capacity to accommodate that expansion, kind of word those together, just move that up where you used to have it and kind of merge those together. So we're going in a positive sense that, yeah, we're challenging Montana to be positive and we're going to move forward and we expect to be able to do this, but we're also recognize that it's going to be a challenge and that it will be limited no matter, I mean, yes, we can, if we had a blank checkbook, it'd probably be possible, but that's just not reality. So that's kind of grown on me on how that wording is, that we're being positive, but we're also recognizing that there's a struggle and that there's perhaps a limitation of both resources and money and ecosystem. So.
Thanks, Darren. Caroline?
No, I appreciate what Darren just said. And sometimes I'm reluctant to keep going because I think, Darren, you just said that really well, but I did want to make sure I understand what Cole is saying, because that's what I heard you say was something that I'm not sure that I could agree with, in that we would decide among the council that we're going to say there's a limit. We're envisioning a limit to grizzly bear expansion. And maybe I misheard that and have misstated that, Cole, but what I think our group has said is that we envision meeting the challenges of grizzly bear management as they arise in a way that allows grizzly bears to expand where grizzly bears are expanding, as long as we can manage them and we can manage the conflicts, we can get out ahead of the trouble that they will get into potentially, that we can be out in front of educating and reaching out to the communities that they may be expanding into, and the addressing the challenges that brings. But tell me if I misheard you suggest that we're saying that we anticipate and are okay with saying we want to limit grizzly bears in Montana, and understanding too that management means limiting, and that bears will management means that bears will be removed. But maybe this is kind of one of those core issues, and I hear Lorents saying the same thing, kind of going back to this idea that we're not okay with connectivity or limited connectivity, when I kind of thought we'd moved past that. So it seems like there keeps emerging kind of these issues where it's like, whoa, what are we actually saying, and what are we agreeing to or not agreeing to? And where are those tripwires where we're not all on the same page? Because what I heard both Lorents and Cole saying, I think, and that's where I need the clarity, are positions that I'm not comfortable with.
There's a lot there, Caroline. The first thing I'll say, you had the as long as qualification in there. Basically, we will allow expansion as long as there are adequate. But I don't think that's how things generally happen. We don't say, have we provided adequate education, adequate resources, adequate sanitation, etc. And then, okay, if we have, we'll allow for expansion. That's not the way it works in reality, because in reality, where bears already are, we're not ahead of that. We're deficient in resources. And so I just want to make that point, that that's the whole challenge that working lands experience in particular, is that they end up bearing these costs that Montanans and the rest of society has not yet invested in. And so I think that's a really big problem. I'm not sure, I don't think it's the role of this council to place, how would we know where the limit is on grizzly bear population? I don't know where it is, but I'm confident there is one. And I'm not comfortable with, as an individual council member, I'm not comfortable simply saying Montana ought to work to accommodate grizzly expansion wherever it might happen and however large the population may grow. I would certainly not be comfortable with that. Partially just because I recognize that, again, I think our first sentence sets out really, I guess in a magnanimous sort of way. We want to see recovered populations, and we want to see those populations connected. I think that would be a pretty big statement for the council to come together around, but that's a far cry, I think, that from saying, and we think we ought to accommodate grizzlies as large as they might be able to grow, and we should continue just accommodating. So I guess that's the limitation, some kind of feedback mechanism that I would like to see.
I guess just a quick response. Do we need, and what are we recommending to address them? And then just listening to what folks in Alaska and BC and other places are saying is that, we can live with grizzly bears. We do live with grizzly bears, not always successfully, but we do and we can. How do we want to move forward and continue to live with grizzly bears and manage them well?
Trina, your hand's been up for a while.
Okay, so a lot of things. One, Cole, I absolutely agree with you, and I see where you're coming from. Caroline, the issue that we have here is that some people don't want to live successfully with grizzlies. Some people don't want to live with grizzlies at all, successfully or not. Some people don't want grizzlies in Miles City, Montana. So as a council of 18, we are brought together not only to figure out how to make all these resources work, but also to figure out, where do we actually want bears? Where do they belong? What are we going to do about the places they're not living in yet, etc. So Heather, in the chat box, I don't know if you can copy and paste, but my recommendation for the change was to insert after "in a timely manner," comma, while recognizing that Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will be limited in relation to available resources, as well as recognizing that there are areas of Montana that grizzlies do not belong. And now you guys can argue with me.
Michelle. You're on mute.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to, I hear where everybody's coming from. I feel like the scenario that Cole's describing is so far down the line that there will be 3 more grizzly councils before it happens. But large carnivores are self-regulating. They're not going to be able to expand further than the landscape allows. And if we have enough management specialists on the ground to deal with any problem bears, because if they're expanding beyond the landscape, then they're going to get into trouble. So I think there are ways. I think that's something Carolyn's trying to say, is that we still are managing bears and trying to keep problem bears from causing more trouble and habituating other bears to what they do, teaching other bears. But I think the capacity of the landscape is going to dictate where things go. I don't think anyone's saying that we're going to let grizzlies overrun people in Montana. So I would be hesitant to try to put a limitation on it, especially now, since we don't have that future vision. We don't, let's get the resources out there. I mean, I that wasn't what I was originally going to say, but I guess I wanted to say that I wanted to understand and say, Trina and Cole, I understand and I get you. And I was telling Trina this the other day. It's like Trina has worked really hard and she spent a lot of time fighting to get help in the Eastern Front, and finally got a couple more positions out there. They finally got the assistance from Mike from FWP, and they got a wildlife services person there and in the Gravelies. Heath is working, and Cole and others are working hugely to make it work. The range riders, Heath working with husbandry to make it work so that he doesn't lose cattle on grizzly country land or in bear country. And as a council, I just feel like our number one goal should be to get that diversity of funding and to get those resources to these people that are trying to make it work. And making it so Trina doesn't have to work so hard to get help. I just think that that's where this council needs to focus, and limiting, they are going to be limited. I mean, bears can only go so many places. There's only so many places where they can be, where they have good habitat, good food sources, low road densities, all those things that make it work. So I just think that we need to start focusing on getting that help there. And I don't know, maybe cross that bridge when it comes in, 10, 20, 30, 50 years.
I really appreciate this conversation, and it's an important conversation in really distinguishing between the intention of the wording on here and certainly taking Cole's point into perspective in terms of saying, okay, and this goes back to recovered grizzly populations and the sentence that Caroline was suggesting around envisioning Montana being able to meet the challenges of an expanding population, and where are the limits, and certainly looking at Group 2's wording around the limitations that Montana has, and Montana limitations in terms of management, in terms of livelihoods. And Aaron put in the chat box, and I copy and pasted into here from Working Group 3, perhaps this sentence might get at the heart of what we're talking about. Montana's capacity will have limitations, and grizzly bear management will have to be understood from a biological and social science perspective. So I appreciate the dialogue in here. I'm also aware of really wanting to hone in on having this dialogue and providing some alternative language for fleshing out this vision statement. So I put that in there. Aaron, do you want to say any more about that particular sentence, given it's coming from group 3?
No, I mean, it's a kind of a merging of trying to incorporate limitations into something that we recognized in our group as part of the vision that we played with a little bit. I mean, I also, I guess, would be curious, and I may be remembering this wrong, but group 2, did you guys take out social science, or did you guys decide that that was too subjective? Or I don't remember. I thought there was some discussion in the past, but I could be completely wrong. And so this sentence may be off base with what folks are thinking, but I was just trying to find kind of a blending of what we were trying to get at.
Thanks, Aaron. Caroline, is your hand next, or is that from before?
It's from before.
Okay, Jonathan.
I was just trying to look back to answer Aaron's question in the short term about the social science. I think we did in an earlier document talk about how social tolerance is kind of hard to quantify, especially over time. But as far as the social sciences and using that as a way to inform management, I think that's a great idea. And I think our group agrees, but I don't want to put those words in their mouth. But I like that. I like what you've done. Montana's capacity will have limitations. Grizzly bear management will have to be understood from a biological and social science perspective, and feel like we can further connect the ideas that we're talking about, where it'll have to be understood from those perspectives in order to best allocate limited resources towards these things that we're talking about. Also, with Trina's addition, recognizing that Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will be limited in relation to available resources, as well as recognizing that there are areas of Montana. The only change, I think that's a really wide statement, and the only thing is, rather than grizzlies do not belong, I think it might be said areas in Montana where coexistence is impractical or something like that, because I don't know, belonging is somewhat subjective, but there are certainly areas, whether in the middle of an urban establishment or community or out in a working landscape, where it's just not practical to have the mixing. And so anyway, I thought that was something that could be added in, and really liked how Aaron had said that. I think we could connect that to what those resource needs would be directed towards.
Thanks, Jonathan. Trina. And then Robyn.
Yeah, so can you rewrite this as, okay, so let me look at it. I think we all agree on the first sentence, or pretty close to it. We're not working on that sentence anymore, except for changing it to living in or visiting Montana. I don't know that we need the next sentence, but I don't really care if it's in there or not. And then instead of the last paragraph that starts with the blue, however, we could just move I don't care if we use Erin's what she wrote, that's perfectly fine with me. And then just take out that last paragraph and use Erin's paragraph instead. I just would really like to recognize in our statement somewhere that we recognize that what group 2 was trying to convey about there will be limitations and the population will have to be managed for numbers. And, you know, for some bears, that's going to be 20, 30 years in the future. But for some bears, like the ones that live where I live, we're already overpopulated. So those bears are going to need to be managed for numbers right away. So I don't think it's so far out in the future that we shouldn't worry about it. Did that all make sense? Did you get all that, Heather?
Well, I think so. And I didn't put the part about managing for numbers because in the sentence above, we have Montana's capacity will have limitations and grizzly bear management will have to be understood from a biological and social science perspective. So I'm wondering if that gets at that piece. I did put that next sentence, we recognize there will be limitations where coexistence is not practical. That's sort of a mix of your words and Jonathan's words.
Mm-hmm. So Cole and Jonathan, what do you guys think about that?
I'm not quite sure what's the specific part you're asking us to respond to, Trina?
All the blue,
Montana's capacity.
all the blue part. So we, what my suggestion was is to take out your second paragraph and replace it with the blue stuff.
I'm not sure at this point, Trina. I still feel like we're a ways off on this third one. You know, initially, I just want to point out, initially the sentence that begins Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion was specifically it was following on a sentence that we don't have anymore that basically said expansion outside of the connectivity area, right? So I was envisioning, you know, expansion in directions beyond the area that's between those recovery zones that we outline in the first sentence. Once again, I mean, if already we've not allocated the resources to accommodate where grizzly bears are now, that's very much the principle that our working group is working on. That's trying to get more resources right now for Montana and prevention and compensation.
Right.
If that's true, then we certainly are far short of the resources to fully meet the goal that's laid out in the first sentence, which is this connectivity goal. And so already that's a pretty high bar. And so this sentence that was talking about expansion beyond the connectivity area was trying to imagine maybe it's a long ways out in the future, but certainly that expansion outside of the connectivity area is happening now. It may continue to happen. And I don't feel the need to say there's places in Montana that a grizzly bear should never, ever go or be. I mean, certainly my house or your house would be one of those places, but in terms of just geography, I don't think that we have to play this role of, you know, here's the no-go zone. But I think we have to be real. I think we ought to be really realistic about about the state, even if it wanted to, about its ability to devote that much to the grizzly bear. So I feel like the blue sentences they're trying, but I think there's a lot of wordsmithing needed still.
Right, definitely. So I don't know what happened to our meanwhile sentence.
I just put it back under the blue.
Okay. And then, so that makes more sense with that sentence. I like that better with it. So we could move that, up there. And then actually you could put it after all those living in or visiting Montana, maybe. Yeah, right there. And then I still would take that. We envision Montana taking that sentence out and then move Aaron's Montana's capacity sentence up underneath meanwhile.
All right, while you guys are looking at this, Robyn has had her hand up for a while.
I think I'll just, my comment kind of went by the wayside. There's a lot that's happened since then. So I'll read what we have now and try again.
Okay, there's a lot happening. Aaron.
So I guess I would be really challenged to also say something that bears should never be in this specific area or not. I mean, I think, you know, as we talked through some of the zones and things like that in our group, and I thought on it quite a bit. I mean, I feel like what we need to talk about is how do we support those communities where expansion is happening, rather than let's draw a line in the sand and bears shouldn't go cross it. So I would hesitate to include anything that sort of suggested that, but recognizing that there are places that may not be as accommodating for bears is just a reality in the state. And so I guess there's some finesse there on, you know, grizzly bears moving naturally as they move and still trying to address that. I'm a little bit lost. Hold on. We're gonna do. So is this where we're at then? Is where you have on the screen, Heather? Did we take out the coexistence piece?
I did. I moved it back down to the feedback piece. So I did take that now. Yeah.
So the way this reads now makes sense to me. The only thing is I would go back to that. And Cole, I completely get your point about the connectivity area and not wanting to lose that recognition of what we're trying to focus on. But I guess it just feels a little dismissive to me about where bears are expanding elsewhere. And so I guess that's why I kind of broadened it to the idea of bear country or Montana or that conversation. So I'm still struggling a little bit with that on the meanwhile sentence.
Okay, Michelle.
I just wanted to throw out that I thought we got rid of the connectivity area because we thought we should expand it and not make people think that there's areas where bears are and bears aren't, that they should expect them everywhere in Montana. And I recognize what Cole is saying, that there are areas that it's going to be kind of a cluster and could be trouble. But I think the challenge is more in resources and education, those things that we say they should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources to help address. And it says these impacts, and that's referring back to the impacted by, I think. So we might have to wordsmith that, but I mean, I think we say a lot in that sentence, that what we're saying is Montanans should be able to access this. I wonder, because when we were talking in the writing group, we were talking about the why of each recommendation. And maybe when we're talking about funding and more management specialists, we could talk about the limitations of an expanding population in that sense. Like, we want to increase the resources. So this is back down in the recommendations. When we talk about resources, we want to increase and diversify funding because Montana's capacity to handle this expansion will be limited by these funds. unless we get them going. As bears expand into different areas, we're going to need more management specialists. So that's another why of why we need that recommendation of more management specialists. Does that make sense? So our vision is that everyone should have this access to adequate education, etc., and timely help. And that then in our recommendations, the why of increasing funding is because if we don't have it, it will limit how we can handle these expansions. Why we need more management specialists, because if we don't have that, we won't be able to manage this expansion. I wonder if that's a better place for this thought.
Robyn.
I just wanted to really quickly weigh in on with Aaron and Caroline, and you know, I'm a little bit uncomfortable too making a statement about where bears should and should not be, and then at the same time understanding what Trina and Cole have been talking about as well. I want you to know that, but I do think that we're getting to this. I think we're finding that place where we can address that in a way that's going to work for all of us. I have to say, and I apologize for this, I'm trying to put all these sentences together. Can you tell me, and unfortunately on my computer, the document is very, very small, and I'm having a hard time seeing it. I don't know if we can expand that or not, Heather.
I enlarged it.
So
it might not enlarge on your screen. I've got it at 150%.
Yeah, it must be on my side. Okay. Are we keeping Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will be limited? Are we keeping that in the mix?
It's all up for discussion right now, and Jonathan proposed another edit in here, so I just copy and pasted it into here. So I'm gonna scroll up. We're gonna lose the first sentence.
Heather, that first part of the sentence, I just copied and pasted it. It went in twice. That first capacity, yeah, right to there.
All right, and so you're okay, so sorry, I'm just gonna move this back up here.
And I think that morphed down from maybe Aaron to Trina, and then I just added, I think it's important to recognize that, call it flexible approach or just geographic, considerations, but there are really different scenarios that we're talking about. I mean, we could be talking about this lack of, if we're talking about where bears don't belong, that could just as easily be in the middle of a ranch on calving season as in the middle of downtown Bozeman or Missoula. Both of those are areas, they're very different, that might have that kind of consideration applied to it. Rather than just a blanket statement of, no, we don't like them here. It's, there are legitimate considerations in a lot of different areas of the state.
I saw a couple of folks saying that they're in favor of this rewording. There are some folks that got quiet. Brett.
So am I taking it that we're taking out the comments about, I'm trying to find it here, the ranchers and farmers, we're taking that out?
So this piece, this was part of the original. Bear with me for 1 second here. Stick that back up here so that we can see it.
Yeah,
The biggest thing about me excluding that part, and we could put it back in there if we want, but I was just trying to make it shorter because we do address all this stuff later in our actual recommendations. So we could use fewer words here and then expand on all those things later.
Okay, I'm good.
Aaron.
Yeah, sorry. I lowered and raised my hand a couple of times there, so clicking. Yeah, no, I agree. That's what I was thinking, Trina. And also when we pulled some of that stuff out, it felt like we had to pull out other folks, and so I think we just tried to consolidate that, recognizing that we'll go into that in our recommendations. Sorry.
So what I think I'm hearing is that we've got the first sentence. We envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones located in Montana and a landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. All those living in or visiting Montana should expect the potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources to help address these impacts in a timely manner. Meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies will continue to expand outside of the connectivity area. Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will have limitations, and grizzly bear management will have to be informed from a biological and social science perspective to best allocate resources and account for localized conditions. Where are folks with this? Darren.
Yeah, I was just thinking you were going to continue reading. I think the part we envision Montana, that down, without those two being together, that's just kind of hanging out there. I like it previously, so I don't think we need that next. We envision Montana is what I was just looking for. Thank you.
Okay, Trina, you're putting in text and I can't follow it and read it at the same time. So tell me where you're suggesting some edits, please.
So first it says all those living in or visiting, blah, blah, blah. We took out the impacts at the very beginning of the sentence. So it doesn't make sense to say these impacts anymore at the end of that sentence. So maybe we could change it to resources to address any impacts or any conflicts or
how about we end it at resources?
Or
should we end it at resources?
Be able to address. We could. Yeah.
I vote yes on that.
And then the next part, meanwhile, and Montana's capacity, that should just be one paragraph.
Greg, I see you typed yes in the chat box. You've been quiet. Can I take this opportunity to see if you've got any additional thoughts you'd like to share? I see you took yourself off mute, but I can't hear you. Do you want to type more in the chat box since we can't hear you? Nicole, I see you took yourself off mute. Was there more that you wanted to add in here?
No.
Can you also change, meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies just say will instead of may or will? There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hate to go back to this. Are we not recognizing that they're going to expand outside of the recovery zones? Are we just specifying connectivity areas here? I just want to be clear because
I like what Michelle just put in the chat box, just saying that we recognize that Grizzlies will continue to expand. Does that address? I want to kind of go back to
outside of recovery areas or something.
I want to go back to Cole and group 2 and Jonathan around it's feeling slippery to me right now. I might have lost it, but I feel like you guys had said connectivity area for a particular reason. So I don't want to go too quick with taking it back out. The other thing I realize is that it is 3 o'clock. So we've been doing this for almost 2 hours, and that, as I think it was Darren who mentioned earlier, you know, everyone processes in a different way, and we've made a lot of changes here, and we've had a lot of conversation here. And I wonder how people feel about, I think we've had great conversation, and we've made a lot of changes, and I think shared a lot of thoughts about the intent and meaning behind these words and how it's been ordered. I wonder how people are feeling about sitting with this, and just bear with me for 1 second. I'm just going to pull the last sentence up, and I'm not suggesting that we go through it right now, but I want to have it here. We do have some time on Wednesday morning to revisit the vision. And part of going through the vision and spending so much time on it today was really about having this big group conversation, getting an understanding of what discussion has come out of the working groups, and bringing it all together, just as you all have wanted to do over these last month or two since you guys have been in the working group. And so I think that this has been very meaningful and helpful in providing some clarification around the intent and meaning behind these sentences, and where you as a council envision wanting to go and where the focus is. And this also helps us determine focus areas for tomorrow, which Sean will be talking about here when we come back from a break. So I'm wondering if we need any more discussion at this moment on what I have on the screen here, which is sort of a revised vision statement that includes the last sentence about management decisions continuing to be based in sound science. And I know that there were already some suggestions about rewording that, and we can do that. But in terms of conceptually, are there any more thoughts or questions or discussions that you want to have before we move on? Trina.
Yeah, now that you brought up that last sentence, that's basically what it says, the same thing as our second to last sentence. So I don't know if we want to combine it right now, but we could talk about not repeating ourselves tomorrow or whatever.
Do folks want to take a 10-minute break? Let's let this sit for 10 minutes, and we'll come back and make a decision about whether we want to keep talking about this or hold on to it for Wednesday. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:15.
Thank you, Heather.
Are you seeing everything that you want to see, Annie?
Can you scroll down a little?
Do you want to see all of the discussion points? Is that?
Maybe not all of them. Nope. I think we're good. Or I'm good with what we had.
Okay, I think everyone's screen is a little bit different.
I know. But all that matters is that I can see what I wanted to see.
I want everyone to be able to see kind of the full piece of it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Is Trina still here?
What's up?
So explain to me again, the farmers and ranchers. You're thinking that that's going to go in somewhere else in this document?
Yeah, so in our recommendations that we're writing, we've addressed farmers and ranchers and how things need to be worked with and helped under, I don't even remember what the heading was, but not in our vision, but in our actual recommendations. Unless your group didn't do any of those.
No, I think we did. We went through so much information over the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's kind of all coming. It's kind of all spiderweb together. I'm not sure what we've done and what we haven't done. So
I know I don't even remember what ours say, honestly, but I guess the biggest thing is if we don't have it addressed clearly or as clearly as we want to, in those recommendations, we can always add as we're going through this as a council, you know, if we're not happy with what's in there. I just think that our vision needs to be shortened, and I don't think we need anything specific in there, and maybe nobody agrees with that. But I do know that when we wrote recommendations, of course, I made sure that agriculture was covered, and I'm sure you did too. So as we go through those, we can just make sure that they're sufficient.
okay, yeah.
I assume that we're doing that probably tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know the way we're going on this. We may still be on this tomorrow, but
quite possibly.
Yeah. You know, I got a little heated a little earlier in talking about, I don't even remember who even brought it up, but it was something about that I can't remember even how it was worded, but it was that everybody needs to, you know, have a part in this. And you know, we've had depredations since 2011, and that first year that they acknowledged that we had grizzly bear depredations was 2011. We had 6 that year, and the least amount we've ever had in a year's time is 4, and the highest we've ever had in a year was 25.
Oh my gosh.
How much more do we need to sacrifice, you know?
Exactly. And that's why I agree with you. I don't think everyone should have an equal stake in the grizzly bear conversation, because I think the people that live here that live in grizzly country and have to deal with them should have a bigger voice than the people that travel to Montana to go to Yellowstone Park to look at a bear.
Yeah. And then you look at Greg and see the sacrifices, you know, he's made just with crops and
right.
So yeah, I think we need to, we just need to make sure that we're heard, I guess. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood for sure why that was coming out. So
we keep getting reminded that we're live streaming, which I knew, but maybe you don't remember.
I did.
Okay. Apparently they don't want us talking about this stuff.
I didn't say anything that isn't public knowledge, so.
Exactly. No, I hear where you're coming from. So it's going to be a long conversation, but We're getting there slowly,
Yep, we are.
I hope.
You guys are doing just fine.
I almost came to Red Lodge this week, honestly, because I was like, maybe we should just meet in person anyway. And the people that don't want to, don't have to, but then whatever. Well, maybe we wanted them to miss this conversation. Charlie, did you think about that?
We're,
The bonus outtakes. They have to rewatch it to get all the good stuff.
yeah, the problem is they'll be able to go back and watch it once it's posted to the website.
Exactly. That's okay. My sister was here Saturday night and she said, let's go look for a bear. And I was like, okay, well, it's not that hard to find one, but you know, she lives in Ronan and she rarely sees grizzly bears over there for whatever reason. She doesn't go to Greg's house, I guess. Anyway, so it was about, I don't know, 7:30. I happened to be standing in the middle of the living room and I looked out the window and I could see these two cows looking at something and then they both turned around and ran away. So I looked at the side of the hill and there was a bear walking up there. And I'm like, well, there's your bear, get out there. So we all went outside and looked at it and she was like, well, I want a picture. So we got on the four-wheeler and drove down to where it was eventually heading. And I don't know if she ever got a picture of it. He didn't want to pose for us. As soon as he saw us, he took off, but.
That's good.
Exactly. So we named him Daryl.
Oh, that's good.
Awesome. I just caught the end of that, but.
Yeah. And then while we were meeting this morning, Cadence came down here and she's like, Mom, that big black bear is out there by the cows again. And I'm like, oh, okay. But he still just walked on by and minded his own business. So
that's awesome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Greg.
We just talking about the bears and stuff. The other night, we had one walk through my son's raised beds right at his house. Walk right through the garden raised beds, walk the entire length of it. There's 2 feet on each side of grass. And we ended up putting up some great big corral panels to protect his garden from the bears.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I say, the ones that live with it, we pay the price while everybody else wants to have them all over the country and see them. And we pay the price for them.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly.
Heather?
Yes, sir.
I had requested a couple times, and I see he wasn't on the mailing list again. Stacy Corville isn't getting these meeting notices, and he's the only one that really speaks, at least in our area, for the tribe. Dale's not real involved with the bear part of it. Can we get him included in the meeting for tomorrow?
You bet.
And then keep him on the regular mailing with everything?
Yeah, Dale's been pretty responsive to us, and so we've kept him on the support team list. But do you want to just forward it on to Stacy?
Well, that's what I was supposed to do this morning, and then I got tied up with a neighbor and helping him pull his calf and stuff, and so I didn't get a hold of Stacy, and I noticed he didn't get on. But I thought, well, if we could include his name in the list, because the last meeting, his name was shown up with all of our lists that it was mailed out to him.
Okay, you bet. I'll send that to him when we're finished here today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. All right, folks, welcome back. Thanks for more great conversation on the vision. Certainly been looking at the agenda and wanting to make sure that we spend the time that we need to and making sure that all of you are on the same page in terms of what you as a council are envisioning. And again, as a reminder to you and a reminder to the public, you guys in your working documents have been really working on various statements that you wanted encapsulated in a vision. And group 2 took the next step with trying to combine that. And that is what we've been using today to really try and refine and clarify thoughts behind the intention of what you as a council envision around grizzly bear conservation and management in the state of Montana, and as per 18 diverse citizens of Montana, along with what your charge is in the executive order. And so we've had really good conversation about how we want to edit this. So there's been some discussion around intention and clarifying of meaning and wordsmithing to make sure that we've got this in a way that does reflect what your intent is behind what you're trying to say. So we can spend a few more minutes on this, noticing that it's 3:15. We are scheduled to finish today by 4. I want to honor that. The couple of things that we have left to do today is to identify the 4 priority topic areas that we will split you into small groups tomorrow, where everyone will have a chance to be in each group. So Sean will talk about that when we're finished with the vision piece. And we'll hear from Dylan in terms of summarizing public comments for today. And so I want to make sure we have enough time to address that. Also, don't want to prematurely end our conversation around the vision. What I want to get a sense of, and I think what I'll do, because I really want to hear from each one of you, is to get a sense of where you are with what we have here. And I'll read sort of what we're working from right now. People are seeing different things on their screen. So there's a lot of notes that I captured as well. So I'll read sort of the full vision statement where we left it before break, and see if there are some additional thoughts you want to make sure get captured, and then how you want to do this moving forward. What we did do, and I mentioned this earlier, is that we've allocated some time on Wednesday morning to give this more thought and wordsmithing. And so it would give all of us time to sit back tonight and tomorrow, including while we're having small group conversation, to then take a look at it tonight and Tuesday night before coming back together on Wednesday for some additional wordsmithing. So I think what I'd like to hear is whether or not we're missing anything from this vision in terms of thoughts or intent that's not conveyed. So I'll read it in the event that people aren't able to see the whole thing. We envision fully recovered grizzly populations in the 4 recovery zones located in Montana, and a landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. All those living in or visiting Montana should expect the potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources. Meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies will continue to expand outside of the connectivity area. Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will have limitations, and grizzly bear management will have to be informed by the best available biological and social science to allocate sufficient resources and account for localized conditions. So what I'm going to do here is go alphabetically, because I'm not as prepared as Sean was to start from the middle. So Annie, bear with me. We're starting with you. Anything that is missing or not captured?
In my opinion, no. I feel pretty good with this. I think the second paragraph that we're working on, meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies will continue to expand outside the connectivity area. I like it with less words, and we seem to be having a hard time with where outside the connectivity area is, and I would like it to just be, will continue to expand.
Thanks, Annie. Brett.
I'm really fine with everything. I was actually just looking at that myself, and I was actually thinking about instead of outside the connectivity area, but I can live with what you just did. I like that.
Okay, I put it in parentheses as something to consider to remove. Caroline.
I think we're making great progress and having great conversations. I like Annie's suggestion. And yeah, anytime we can be clear without being overly wordy and actually say that's great. So good, thumbs up.
Awesome. Chad.
I'm good with it also. I thought about it during the break as well, and I was thinking of adding outside of the connectivity and recovery areas, but I like Annie's suggestion much better. Just keep it very simple.
Thanks, Chad. Chuck.
I am still very concerned about facilitates connectivity. I can see that being huge access restrictions, road closures, and an avenue for litigants. But I'm all with Carolyn about keeping it simple. So we'll just keep my concerns. I'm okay. I think we're asking for trouble.
Thanks, Chuck. And again, I don't want to lose that concern. And what I will put it here in the notes. And let's see if it might get addressed within some recommendations, but we can certainly come back to that piece of it.
Thank you.
Cole.
I don't have any comments right now. Thank you.
Okay. Darren.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Chuck about the facilitates connectivity. I don't know if there's a better wording for that, but I think there's a lot of angst in on that wording. I think one of the things we need to maybe think about in the vision is recognizing public and private land differences. And as a group, we recognize and celebrate that in Montana in some shape or form. I think we've lost that in some of the editing we did that I think group 2 tried to, if didn't directly say, but indirectly kind of point out in my mind. That's all I had.
Thanks. I've got that here in the notes as well. Thanks for that, Darren. Aaron.
Yeah, I like where this is headed. I also appreciate the Annie's edit. And then getting to the public-private land differences, I think if we can go back to that preamble too and just take a look at that, because for instance, group 3 added recognize the value that grizzly bears bring to tourism, recognize the value of working lands to long-term conservation of grizzly bears. I just wonder if some of this that we're talking about here in these bullets might be addressed in the preamble.
Thanks, Aaron. Good point. Greg. Now I can't hear you again. You were here and now you're not. What did you do a few minutes ago to make yourself heard?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I hear you. Yes.
I think we need to add the reservations in there somewhere. We've got 2 major reservations that have a great deal of grizzly bear population, and I think we need to acknowledge them somewhere, somehow, somewhere, whether. And that's the only thing I got to add.
Okay. I know that came up earlier in our conversation, and that is incorporated in the preamble. And so I've got it here in the notes that you've just indicated that. And on Wednesday, when we come back to the vision, it might be helpful to have the preamble in front of everyone as well. Heath.
Yeah, I want to agree with Annie's edit also. And also, I know we all agreed on that first sentence earlier, so I almost hate to say it, but listening to Chuck makes me think, I don't know if we could talk about down the road about accommodating industry as well as grizzly bear presence, something along those lines in that first sentence. We can get to that at a later date, but if that would alleviate some of what Chuck's talking about, I think we should look that over. Thanks.
Thanks, Heath. Jonathan.
I have pretty similar thoughts about Annie's suggestion. I'm okay with that, and yeah, I'm cranking on the things Chuck was talking about there, and trying to think of what kind of word. I think, I feel like I'm right on board with him, and it's just in my mind, it's a word selection that doesn't imply any kind of active, any kind of action, but rather just a landscape that by nature would allow for that for connectivity. But I'm struggling at this point in the day as to how to say that any better.
Yeah. It's been a lot of work on here, so I can appreciate that struggle. Jonathan, so Cameron.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to step out for a little bit. I had some people show up, so I'm not sure exactly what we're talking about, but and I don't know what we're referring to. So not much help.
Okay, well, I'll respond to that. And Trina also put something in the chat about sharing this so that folks can edit. What we've done here in the last couple of hours is really taken a look at the remaining sentences of the vision statement. And so what we've got on the screen is where we've come so far with editing the vision statement. And so you can take a look at that. I'm jotting some notes down, going in alphabetical order to see if there's anything that's missing from the mission statement conceptually in terms of making sure the intent is here. What I will do is I'm doing this on a Google document. And so I'll share the link with council members here after the meeting so that you'll have this in front of you. And what I would request is that you go in and do under suggested editing if you've got any comments or suggested edits, so that everyone can be working off of the same document between now and Tuesday night. So we've got this to revisit on Wednesday morning. Lorents.
Yeah, I'm okay with where we're at now.
Michelle.
Yeah, I think my head's spinning a little bit. I agree with Annie's edit. I think we're circling back around because we talked about industry, etc., and I thought we had kind of wordsmithed that too, or thought about doing local communities and livelihoods to kind of accommodate that we need to look at what's going on with local jobs and the effect of that. I thought that we had that was something we talked about way at the beginning before we got into the sentence by sentence. And Chuck, I hear you. I wonder, I mean, it's the ESA and the listing that causes the lawsuits and the litigation. And what we say, which is really fully recovered, which would, if we got that first goal, you would have delisting and you wouldn't have the litigation. So I'm not sure if our wording is affecting you or would affect you the way you think it would. And I also think there's still a few things from our original bullet points we need to kind of go over as far as being in the in this vision. And I'm looking at that last sentence and it's almost like we're repeating everything again with capacity. So I mean, I think we should look at that and wonder if we're restating something that's already stated, but I'm okay with where we are. I'm tired. My head's spinning a little bit.
Well, and what I'll do before I send this, before I share the Google link, I'll clean up the document so that you can see what Group 2 had proposed along with what I had pulled out from the other working groups that was missing. And then what we came to today, along with some of the suggestions that have been brought up here, so that it's all in a place where you're not just looking at the screen with a certain portion of it. So I can do that because it is a little bit confusing. And you're right, we did early on talk about the local communities and livelihoods. So I'll clean it up before I send it back out. Trina. And then Robyn. Sorry, Robyn.
Sorry, Robyn. Yeah, so I think we're getting there. I think we've gotten a lot of work done today, even though it feels like we didn't, but this stuff is the stuff that's going to be hard. And as far as Chuck's concerns, I do share his concerns, and like I said in the group chat, some groups will sue regardless of the Grizzlies listed status. If they don't think that people should be logging in a forest because there's bears there, just because the bears are not threatened anymore doesn't mean they're not going to sue. So I absolutely understand Chuck's concerns, and I will look at this and see if we can figure out some way to add something. Annie, I do agree with your edit. You're so smart. And yeah, let's keep going.
So I'm gonna, since it sounded like almost everyone acknowledged Annie's edit, I'm gonna take it out. If folks don't agree with that, then when you have access to this and suggested edits, put it back in. And we will have it in the original one to go back and look at as well. Robyn.
Well, it's good that I agreed with that edit. So thank you, Annie, for that. I think we're in a good place. So I'm good with what we've come up with. And I would be remiss if I did not speak to Chuck about his concern, because he and I both talk about these issues a lot in the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem. I was just looking back at our directive from the governor. He does ask us to comment on connectivity, and so I think if we've done such a good job wordsmithing, I think that we can probably find something that's gonna address that concern that Chuck has, but still get to that very much needed comment and recommendation about connectivity, and address that head on. I have 100% confidence that we'll be able to do that.
Thanks, Robyn. Appreciate your optimism, and I appreciate, Chuck, you bringing that back up and allowing for more discussion around it. And we can certainly continue that discussion, whether it's in the breakout sessions tomorrow and on Wednesday when we revisit this. I encourage all of you to continue to think about the wording on here and any suggestions to help clarify the intention that you have for your vision as a council for the recommendations that you're making. At this point in time, I'll turn it back over to Sean so that Sean can walk through some of the suggestions for what the World Cafe will look like tomorrow. Sean, are you ready to go forward?
Because he woke up from his nap?
This conversation was not nap worthy. It was very, I think Trina, you said it. You guys have done so much work today. And this is the conversation that you guys have been really wanting to have and to dig deep into, and wouldn't have been able to have had you not spent all the time in your working groups and really thinking hard and thoughtfully about how to do this in a respectful manner, and really appreciating everyone's perspective around the table. So a huge round of applause to each one of you for digging deep. I know that this was a long exercise and very, very worthwhile. So thank you for hanging in there and sticking with it.
Thanks, Heather, and thanks to the council. That really was a good conversation. Just a couple of things to reflect on what I heard and why I think it worked so well for you guys is that, you know, each of those sentences that group 2 put forward, they got to share their intention behind those and kind of how they thought that represented that common thread that connected your conversations across different working groups and really helped to advance the shared vision. You guys were able to respond to that, amplify it, think about your own interests in building that conversation and really have a thoughtful dialogue around where there were some tensions there and how to work through them. I think some of those tensions are still playing out, and that's great. But we were able to articulate a lot of them today and make some really good progress. And I think over the next couple of days, we'll have a chance to revisit them. before I get to what tomorrow is going to look like and kind of some thoughts for the evening, a couple of things have come up. One, Caroline put a note in the chat box asking if Bill might have a couple of quick comments on Chuck's concerns regarding, I think, litigation in particular and how that might relate to the council's work. I think if Bill, if you're willing and able to jump in on that for just a couple of minutes, that would be helpful before we lose that thread. And then I'm going to pivot to Dylan so that he can layer on any public comments that we got today that are relevant to this conversation. And then I'll preview tomorrow as a way of summarizing today and looking forward to our time tomorrow. I think, you know, just based on today's conversation, tomorrow, maybe as a preliminary starting spot, we can expand this to 10 hours with 0 breaks or something like that, just a starting spot. Bill, are you willing and able to jump in for a second? There he is.
Hi, Sean. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Bill, do we need to reframe the question for you? Were you following us when there was a back and forth there from?
I was following with one ear, yes. So yeah, it'd be helpful to reframe the question because I heard several comments about potential litigation and some follow-up. So it came in probably, 3 or 4 separate comments.
Chuck, do you want to kind of paraphrase or rephrase your concern and how that's relevant to the legal issues that are playing out from your perspective?
Yes, thanks, Sean. Bill, my concern is there in our vision of facilitating connectivity. I'm a little uneasy with that wording and uneasy with the whole thing. I certainly know that we have to address that for the governor, but in my past experience, every time we even encroached on that connectivity or linkage zones or travel zones, it almost always ended up in further restrictions on access, road closures, and even on some different hunting things that the commissions would do. I really worry about that. And regardless of whether it's listed or not listed, Michelle, you had a good point, but I think the litigation, I'm just really worried about these connectivity things. I won't hide that feeling. Thanks, Bill.
Okay. Well, I'm not exactly sure how to approach this, but if any of you, I think a few of you were probably going to listen in on the hearing of last week in which the Yellowstone grizzly bear case was at the 9th Circuit. And, I'm not going to go deep into that unless anybody wants me to, but, obviously, if you watched it, these issues are extremely complicated and that lawyers can find a way to argue about anything. And so I think it was, I think it was Trina who mentioned that, just because if the bear is successfully delisted and it survives that challenge, it does not mean that there aren't potential avenues of litigation. Forest planning can be challenged to the extent that it incorporates or fails to incorporate protections for bears that are provided through other requirements. State action can be potentially challenged, and how exactly a recommendation of this commission would play into it or not is very difficult to say, but it's certainly true that in our world, it's going to be impossible to completely insulate any direction, anything you come up with, or anything that bear management in general is doing or not doing from potential for litigation. Chuck, specifically about like road closures and access, I mean, you may be right about that. You know, a recommendation that comes out strongly in favor of facilitating that, the kinds of conditions or facilitating connectivity may be interpreted by some as a mandate to have those sorts of restrictions on habitat or travel or access or timber sale standards or whatever it might be. Generally speaking, my experience is that those things are not, and I've seen a few sales like for fire management purposes, fuels management purposes. Generally speaking, as it is right now, I don't see those things expressed for bear any more or any stronger than I see, for example, for elk or their habitat security needs. So I don't know what additional burden it would involve, but it may, and it certainly may be a debatable point when it comes to forest or BLM resource planning. I'm not sure what else to say about it, except go back to the first point, but that there's, you know, where there are lawyers, and there's a lot more lawyers than bears, there will be some potential for litigation.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, no, it's a good thing that our fundamental question isn't centered around the fact of the growth in the legal profession as well as the growth in the Montana population. I think your point is really good that like the focus of the council's work should really be, especially in this vision statement, on trying to describe that future state and those future conditions, and where there are specific management recommendations or strategic recommendations that council puts forward. I think we can think about those legal implications. But I think one of the things Bill was saying is that the work of the council, and I'd like you to clarify this, Bill, probably wouldn't result in an additional legal burden being placed on someone because of the language in the vision statement or something like that. Is that a fair assumption, or am I going too far with it?
Well, I think the work of the council and the recommendations could and hopefully will influence specific policy making efforts, whether it be FWP or perhaps in the forest planning process or other resource planning processes, or private efforts perhaps at prioritizing conservation easement areas, for example. But you know, from a litigation standpoint, the plan itself that is actionable, and a forest plan, for example, has to meet federal law and federal standards, not a standard that imposed by or recommended, in fact, by this state-based council.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, Bill, and I probably didn't need to jump in there trying to confuse matters worth, because I think the council's work is going to be valuable in setting that direction. Certainly glad to have attorneys try to sort all these different things out. I think maybe the takeaway for me is that Chuck's point is a really valid point about the interest behind that and trying to find the right language to bring that concern forward in some way, whether it's in the vision statement or in the preamble or somewhere. So thanks for bringing it forward, Chuck, and thanks for jumping in, Bill, on short notice there.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, good. I do want to then switch gears and jump over to Dylan, if you're still around, Dylan, just to give us a quick readout on how things went online, if there's anything that you want to bring forward in terms of content, process, reflections.
Thanks, Sean. Hey, everybody. Today we received 10 comments through the website portal on the GBAC website. I brought up the one comment that was a clarifying question, or I guess a comment on just how we are running the meeting. The other 9 comments, you know, it's difficult to summarize, and so I'd encourage you to add to your list of things to read those comments. And because as we found out from today's discussion, you know, every word matters, and some of these comments, as you'll see, are kind of all over the map, and they have distinct differences. And so to summarize them would take someone more skilled than me on the fly like this. So hopefully you'd have time to check those out. And that leads, kind of segues to our overall discussion about the public comments. And I'll say a few words and then kick it over to Vivica too, if she has any thoughts. But we've been kind of wrestling with how to meet the request of the council. I know at the last meeting, I said that I would try to find a way to organize these for you, because right now we have 9,481 comments, and that doesn't include a new batch of comments that were submitted to us in a batch. So there's probably another 500 comments we've received from individual groups that have collected input and put them into their own document to share with you all. So, you know, I told you all that I could organize it for you because I want to, and I wish I could. And then we as a group kind of got together and started thinking about how that would actually work. And we didn't, there's not really a good way to do that. And for 2 reasons. One, as you'll see from reading these comments, and as today's discussion illustrated, there's so much nuance to this conversation, and every word can matter, and every word has meaning, and everybody has different interpretations of maybe some words. And so some of these comments, you know, of the 9,400 comments that we have, some of them are very black and white. For example, there's a large batch, probably several thousand, that are strictly, I'm for trophy hunting, I'm against trophy hunting. So hunting is a topic that we could organize for you if you are looking for a sheer tally of this many votes saying for hunting, this many against it. However, that doesn't really, at least in my opinion, and when we talked about it, doesn't really give you a good, doesn't really do much for you, because this isn't really a vote. We're not trying to just collect a vote on this. So, and these other comments they cover the myriad of layers about this discussion. So how would we break those up in categories? Anyhow, I won't tell you how the sausage will get made, but the goal is, if this meets everybody's need here, to organize all the public input into a document, a PDF, that would include a key that would allow you to have searchable terms. So if you want to sit down as a group or individually and try to wrap your head around connectivity or hunting, you can highlight in that document every instance where that topic's brought up. So as you're forming your thoughts, you can at least travel through this mountain of comments and find the areas in that document that individuals have touched on that subject. That is at least going to keep things organized, which was the other reason why this was a kind of a Herculean task that I don't think we could pull off, is that by breaking it all up and kind of shattering it into a million little pieces, it is, I think, more daunting and overwhelming and more crippling for you all. I know it is for me just to think through how that would work. So a uniform document, hopefully, that will make it easy for you to search individual terms and topics. My goal is to get that to all of you by the end of this week, so that as we're kind of progressing along and as you're sitting home and thinking through these, it will hopefully be a resource that you can reference easily. I think we can do that. So fingers crossed. And I hope that kind of will be useful for you all. Vivica, did I leave anything out there?
No, you didn't leave anything out. Thank you, Dylan. I would just add that, just to reiterate really, that as we were brainstorming this, one of the key things that just kept coming up is, well, it's daunting to look through thousands of comments. And so hopefully, I'll be curious to hear what you guys think about this searchability and doing that, and if that'll be a step forward to help with that, because it really is daunting to look at those individual comments. But that was one of the key things that came up, is they really are individual comments, and there's nuggets in there that really may be helpful as you talk through things. And I know early on it was much easier to keep up on that, and to as the comment volume came at a faster pace, it's become much harder. But it really, you know, it's not a tally, it's not a vote sort of thing. It's the nuances in the comments and how they inform your discussion. And just a reminder that you guys represent that too. You're a public council that was brought on to bring that diversity of perspective. So you really, in a lot of ways, you embody the variety of comments just by being you on the council. And I think that's important to remember. And those conversations you have in your communities with folks, you know, those are comments just the same as the ones that we're getting and looking through that are coming through the website. So it's all important, but it's, you know, it's not really meant to be quantifiable. And I think it's just important to remember that. But hopefully something like this searchability will make it easier to get that important input at your fingertips.
Great, thank you, Dylan, Vivica, that's really helpful. I see a couple of hands here and then a question in the box. So Aaron, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'm just curious if you guys are thinking that searchable PDF is the format you would attach for final recommendations as an appendix, or if you're thinking there'll be a different type of format.
No, I think that one unified searchable document would be the best for an appendix. That way it's all together in one document. And we also wanted to have it in one uniform place so that it keeps them all at a level reference point, if that makes sense, so that we're not pulling certain comments out and giving them maybe more attention or making it easier for them to be accessible. I want every individual comment to be on a level playing field. And so by keeping them in one document, it hopefully will achieve that.
Great. Thanks, Dylan. Good question, Aaron. Brad?
I was just thinking, just for your sake, Dylan, if even if it was the end of next week.
Hey, I'm all for more time if you guys don't need this immediately. So there's, I want to get this to you soon, though. I don't want to let this linger.
If you're going to be involved with us until Wednesday, that only gives you like 2 days. So.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Yeah, I appreciate that. And Dylan, I appreciate how you and Vivica have always been responsive and taking on these extra tasks. And I don't think any of us envisioned that there would be so much rich content coming in from the public. So it's great to have that as a problem, and it's great to have a solution moving forward. So thank you guys for that. And just on the note of public comment too, thanks so much for those of you who are watching online that submitted those comments and that guidance and that feedback. It is extremely valuable to the council members. They are reading it, they are thinking about it and incorporating it into their conversations and into their own internal thinking and reflections. So really appreciate that. Just to keep everyone up to speed, there were some documents, some working group documents that were referenced during today's conversation that are not yet posted online. Those will be posted here shortly. And we also will be capturing and sharing the document, the vision statement document that we talked about today. The original draft of that statement, before we refined it through our dialogue and discussion, was embedded within the draft agenda for today. So if you want to reflect back on that, that is currently posted. But as you encounter questions about what are we talking about, where is that document, please continue sending those in so we can help provide you access to those and clarity on where to find those or when they'll be posted. So we're doing our best to keep all these different moving pieces going. Any other thoughts, questions on public comment? Annie, was that a hand in the air or was that just a stretch? All right, a stretch. Okay, sounds good. Well, do want to look at the clock here and note that we're getting close to the very end. I did see a question from Trina about one of the action items from our last Zoom call. And if Cecily is still there, maybe Cecily could just give us a quick update on the survey results that council members were going to send you, if that's still in process or if you were able to collect those, and kind of just give us a quick update if you could.
Hey, I have actually been inputting the data today. trying to get it all summarized, but I am still missing 3 surveys. I've gotten them from 15 folks. So I can try to summarize what we've got so far, put them in some graphs and try to get them out to everybody.
All right. Thanks for that update, Cecily. And if I can help reaching back out to folks, let me know. It would be nice to have complete data if possible, but I'm sure we'd still learn a lot from what you have.
Okay.
All right. And then looking ahead to tomorrow, one of the things that we really wanted to focus on coming into this session was just that opportunity to engage on several of the issues that have come out as being really important, challenging issues to talk about, but that we haven't really had the time or space to do yet. We were going to walk through an exercise this afternoon to help clarify and prioritize those. And just given the importance of working through that vision statement as foundational to what comes next, we decided to really dig into that vision statement. But what I did as you guys were working on the vision statement was try to come up with what I was hearing from the conversation this morning, the report out from the working groups and some of the issues that came up in the vision statement conversation. And I'm gonna suggest 4 areas, 4 topical areas for us to chew on tomorrow in a World Cafe style session. So if you haven't been in part of the World Cafe type discussion before, it's a chance for us to work in small groups throughout the day, but we'll be in different groups for an hour at a time. We'll each have a chance to talk about each topic, just not all at once. And so the trade-off here was if we stay in plenary as a full council the whole time, it will be like today where we'll get to hear everyone, which is the benefit. It will just take 4 hours on one issue. And so what we're going to try to do tomorrow is give you all the chance to take a bite at a discussion topic, add your voice to it as it progresses throughout the day. So you'll reflect on and build upon council members' conversations that have come before you. You'll add your voice, and there'll be a facilitator around each of those topics that continues to build that conversation throughout the day. We'll have 2 chances during the day to reflect back on what we're hearing and make sure that we're bringing that forward to the council as a whole. So we'll also get your sense about halfway through if this is working or not, but it's an alternative structure that's designed to get as many topics on the table as possible and give all of us a chance to think about and reflect on those conversations. So just to share briefly where I think I heard you going, and then we can tweak and refine these. I think your homework overnight will be to tell me if these are completely off base or not. But just to quickly share my screen here on what I heard for issues for tomorrow for in-depth discussion. It's really around the role of hunting came up. So around capturing the different values and points of view and building out a discussion around a decision framework or how we want to think about that. This idea of management areas or these places on the map, what does the council think the management landscape looks like? We've talked around recovery areas, and we've also talked about areas that facilitate their presence and connectivity. Do we also need sub areas based on management needs and capacity or that kind of thing? So a conversation really around what those management areas looks like. A lot of conversation around resources. So what strategies help increase and diversify funding? That has come up a lot, but what are the specific strategies around that? How might the council want to capture and advance the conversation around specific opportunities and kind of that collection of ideas that have accumulated but that may not come forward in the specific recommendation? How does the council want to address resources and incentives for private landowners? This conversation around loss compensation and the multiplier that's come up. And then the last one is a little bit of a hodgepodge, but it's something that came up time and time again. And I think Caroline at the beginning of the day said management that matters or something like that, or management that works. And I think this is really at the core of some of the hard questions we're facing. It's around prioritizing those management strategies that meet your overall objectives to increase human safety and to provide for bear populations moving forward. Also talked a lot about the toolkit, building out that toolkit. So this to me seems like an opportunity to engage in a conversation that's not necessarily just around those hard issues, but around what works, what works and what matters, and having a prioritized conversation. So I guess I'd be curious to know if that sounds like a terrible idea right now, or if I'm way off base. But if that sounds like a workable framework, or at least enough of an idea to chew on and to dive into tomorrow, that'd be great to, I guess, hear any major concerns right now. Recognizing that it is 4:01, I also think I got myself in right under the wire here, so you probably don't have a lot of additional energy to push back on me if you do have any concerns. So we'll have a chance to pick this up in the morning and kind of go through the process or the expectations for the day, think about what that means and so on. But are there any immediate questions or concerns just now? Michelle, was that a question for me about, did those come from your lists? Yeah, so those were in part from your lists, trying to package them under some broader headings that captured the list that you brought forward from your working groups and the conversation you had today. If you think I'm completely off, we can revisit that too, but I tried to capture some higher level buckets. Well, good. If there are any other questions, please let me know now, or send me a note, or leave a comment in the chat box. Our homework for tonight is to be thinking about where you've made some really good comments or captured some really good questions around some of those critical issues already in your working drafts. And so our hope tomorrow is not that we start a new conversation on each of those areas, but that we build from what you already have. So hopefully all of you did receive those copies of all the different working group documents, and that you can have those at your fingertips for tomorrow, because we want to reflect back on and build upon your good thinking today. We also want to advance it in a way that's really connected to your documents. So this, again, is not supposed to be a standalone exercise, but something that helps create a next iteration of a document and a through line for our conversations moving forward. Yeah, and there's just a comment about how that looks for the public tomorrow. We have had some questions from the public about how can they follow along when we're doing small group discussions. I think tomorrow we figured out a mechanism where Charlie is going to move from one small group to another, and that will allow the public to follow Charlie basically throughout the day. So they'll have a chance to look at all of those issues as well. And so members of the public that are watching, this isn't just a chance for the council to engage in these conversations, but for you to engage in those conversations too, and to follow along. So good questions. All right. Any other questions about today or where we're headed for tomorrow? All right. I'm also suffering from Zoom fatigue, and it looks like some of you on the screen are too. So thanks so much for staying so engaged and really advancing an important conversation today. I think this was really helpful. I said at the beginning of the day that I've really been looking forward to this meeting in particular, because I think it is that point to really dig into the different issues in front of the council and to walk through some of these challenging issues and to try to find that common ground. And I think the conversation you had today really started to do that. So thanks so much for that. Just I guess a final word that we will be starting again at 9 in the morning with the public. Council members, if you could log on early again this morning so that we could, like we did this morning, so that we could troubleshoot any issues, that'd be great. So for that and for now, thanks for a good day. And for now, have a good night, and we'll see you in the morning.